Chapter 84. Hillard looked at his beloved daughter dotingly and said, "You're just making trouble for me." Although Arclight is not like a man in some aspects, his strength is definitely in the top 10 in the Huarong Empire. I'm afraid he can't do anything to you. Don't tease him in the future. After all, he's a dignified marshal. Kitty snorted and said, "No, I want to tease him. Who asked him to acknowledge me as his goddaughter last time?" Hillard said helplessly, "You little girl! You're making trouble for me as soon as you go out. Next time, if I find out that you let that slutty fox pee everywhere, I'll castrate it." Kitty giggled and said, "Dad, you won't. The fox is very smart. It's the first of my pets to enter the second stage. How can you bear to let it go?" Hillard glared at Kitty and said, "I'm regretting teaching you summoning more and more now. You little girl, you simply want to see the world in chaos. This time, if it weren't for the great improvement in your spiritual power and the evolution of your pets to the second stage, I wouldn't have brought you out to play. You better behave, or I'll bring you home early." Kitty stuck out her cute little tongue and said, "Okay, I'll be good. But Dad, do you think Brother Nianbing will come to participate in this Hualong culinary competition? If he comes, he'll definitely be the champion, right?" Hillard snorted and said, "As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you. Although Nianbing's culinary skills are good, he may not be able to win against everyone." Kitty's eyes showed a trace of confusion and muttered, "I wonder how Brother Nianbing is now. I really want to eat his barbecue." Hillard said, "You won't have much chance to see him in the future. Don't forget, he's a chef. If you hang out with him, sooner or later, he'll make dishes out of your pets." Kitty retorted, "No way. Brother Nianbing has the best heart. I don't want Kitty to be sad." Looking at his daughter's persistent expression, Hillard was shocked. He thought to himself, "Is it right to bring Kitty out this time? If I really meet Nianbing, what will I do? Kill him? No, it was better to go back as soon as possible." In a corner of the Teru Square, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard in front of a tall man, attracting curious gazes from the surrounding people from time to time. The man was over 2 meters tall, and his short gray hair looked very unique, especially his pair of black eyes. Its eyeballs were completely black. His body was very thin, and he looked to be around 30 years old. His face was chiseled, and although he was very thin, his body seemed to be made of steel. It was clear and gave people a sense of sturdiness. Dressed in a black shirt and pants, he looked a little cold. His hands were propped up behind his back to protect his front. In the place where he saw the protection, there was a little girl about the same age as Kitty. She had a head of dark blue hair, combed into a braid, and a pair of dark green eyes that looked very attractive. Her overly white skin showed a color that was not considered healthy. On her beautiful little face, there was a trace of evil smile, which was not a smile that could be displayed at her age. "Brother Ping Chow, I want to eat the food they make. It looks delicious." The girl looked up at the tall man who was half a body taller than her and said. The tall man's expression was still cold, and he said lightly, "No, miss, I have to ensure your safety." The girl was dissatisfied. Suddenly, she stepped on Ping Chow's toes, and at the same time, she pinched his inner thigh with her hand. Ping Chow's face suddenly changed. His pale face was slightly distorted, but he didn't move. It seemed that he was used to the girl's actions. "I told you to call me Yu. If you call me miss again, I will pinch your philtrum." After saying that, Yu maliciously glanced at a certain part of Ping Chow's body. Ping Chow's face changed greatly, and he coughed. "Yes, miss, I will call you Yu. Yu then turned back to watch the competition on the stage with satisfaction, but the wicked smile on the corner of her mouth became more intense. At this moment, Yu suddenly saw a petite figure running onto the competition's round stage. No one stopped her. That figure moved quickly. Unexpectedly, she had a pair of chopsticks in her hand. She kept picking up the dishes on the kitchen table and stuffing them into her mouth. While stuffing them, She was also muttering something. Yu Yu's eyes showed anger, and she stamped Ping Chao's feet. You see, you see. Why can she go up and eat, but I can't? I don't care, I want to eat too. After saying that, she was about to walk towards the crowd. Ping Chao's huge black cloak unfolded, and Yu Yu came back and said in a low voice, Don't make trouble, we should go back. Yu Yu, did you forget what the Moon Lord said before we came out? Yu Yu glared hatefully at Ping Chao. Her small mouth pouted, but in the end, she did not refute. She used her hand to pinch Ping Chao hard at a convenient place. Only then did she unwillingly turn around and leave. Before leaving, she fiercely glared at the petite girl on the stage. She already had a plan in mind. The one eating on the stage was Kitty. As she ate, she criticized the chef's cooking skills. Most of her comments were only one sentence. It's not as good as my big brother Nian Bing's cooking. There were many people in charge of security, but when Kitty went on stage, no one stopped her. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop her, but when Kitty walked past them, the guards felt their minds go blank, and they just watched her walk up. The last person Kitty tasted was Momo, who little Tian had praised earlier. Wow, big sister, your cooking is so good. It's so soft and fragrant. Momo looked at the girl in front of her in surprise and smiled. Is it good? Then you should eat more. At this moment, the guards had already noticed Kitty, the little troublemaker, and they all rushed up the stage. Kitty stuffed 2 mouthfuls of cauliflower into her mouth and smiled at Momo. Big sister, I still want to eat your cooking next time. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, she skipped down the round platform. When she passed by the guards, the same thing happened again. The guards could only watch her leave in a daze. If it was someone else, the people below would probably be unhappy, but Kitty was really too cute. Every action of hers would make the spokesperson feel pity for her. Unexpectedly, no one expressed any dissatisfaction because of her. Hillard frowned and looked at his daughter, who ran back. He said in a low voice, Did I teach you mental magic so that you can steal food? Kitty grabbed her father's soft and wide hand and said coquettishly, Didn't Mommy always say that this family is a gluttonous kitten? Daddy, if you scold me again, I'll tell Mommy when I get back. She'll let you sleep on the floor. The muscles on Hillard's face twitched. You only know how to use Mommy to pressure me. Kitty giggled and said, Mommy said that you have tracheitis. Daddy, what does tracheitis mean? Hillard was speechless. As a powerful dragon summoner, he could not do anything about it. Perhaps only his daughter and wife could do that. If the two of them were to broadcast together, he would be completely defeated. After leaving the Teru Square, Nian Bing didn't go far. He found a hotel nearby and stayed there. He still had a lot of money left from selling the scrolls. Although the price of this hotel wasn't cheap, he didn't care too much about it. Fortunately, the hotel was worth it. The clean and tidy environment and the spacious room that was bathed in sunlight gave Nian Bing a good impression. After eating a simple meal, he crossed his legs on the bed and meditated while thinking about what happened today. Little Tian and Momo were respectively good at the phantom split, 1,000-cut hands, and the white snow floating heavenly spirit hands. The heavenly spirit hands was the famous skill of spirit chef Nayen, but the split, 1,000-cut hands was not a skill that any of the 5 god chefs were good at. The origin of mini heaven and earth was still a mystery to Nian Bing. However, from little Tian's strong confidence, Nian Bing could tell that his cooking skills were not as simple as the 1,000-cut hands. However, Nian Bing didn't think too much of it because of his confidence. After all, he thought that no matter how good little Tian's cooking skills were, it couldn't be compared to hunchback god chef Zixiu. Casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Nian Bing slowly closed his eyes and entered a deeper state of meditation. He only left a trace of spiritual energy outside his body to maintain vigilance. Before entering the state of meditation, he had already used a magic scroll to lay down a barrier around his body. Ever since he had obtained the 6 Lights' divine ability, the 4 Stars blade, his attainments in magic formations had improved by leaps and bounds. After all, with a better understanding of space, magic formations could be inscribed with endless transformations. Ever since he had made a breakthrough in the origin of ice and fire, it had become a habit for Nian Bing to meditate for a long time every day. He was not a person who liked to be quiet, but the benefits of meditation were too obvious. The origin of ice and fire produced a strong attraction to the magical elements, which allowed him to achieve twice the results with half the effort during meditation. Every time he meditated, he would have a new feeling, and his magical energy was significantly improved. It was precisely because of these reasons that Nian Bing's interest in long-term meditation increased greatly. This time, before participating in the magician's Rising Star competition, he must hurry to Chengdu City as soon as possible, and then meditate in seclusion until the start of the competition. Meditation caused Nian Bing's spirit to become abnormally focused. Red and blue magical elements continuously rushed into his body. In the best state of magic, his magical energy was increasing bit by bit. Now he had completely stabilized his cultivation as a magic shooter. Time always passed very quickly during meditation. Unknowingly, the sky outside had already darkened, and the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared. It was already late at night. Nian Bing, who was in the middle of meditation, suddenly felt a slight movement of his spiritual energy. A trace of magical fluctuation awakened him from his meditation. He opened his eyes. The darkness in the room did not affect his vision. He released his spiritual energy and carefully felt the magical fluctuation. The magical fluctuation brought a cold feeling. The target was not him, but toward the east of Takian City. It was already so late. How could there be a magician moving? Moreover, judging from the movement speed of the magical fluctuation, it did not seem like an ordinary magician. Could it be a wind magician? No, that cold feeling was not from the few types of magic that he had come into contact with. It seemed to have an evil aura. Could it be a dark magician? As soon as he thought of the dark magician, Nian Bing remembered the stolen sealing bottle of Miorda's. Out of curiosity, he opened the window and cast a blizzard on himself. He suddenly accelerated and chased in the direction of the magical fluctuation. Nian Bing flew very high. With his current magical power and spiritual energy, he could maintain the blizzard for a long time. Relying on the perception of his spiritual energy, he soon caught up with the magical fluctuation. There were two people. The person in front was covered by a large black cloak. She did not look tall. Her body seemed to be flying close to the ground. There was no feeling of jumping. Behind her, there was a tall man. Every time his toes touched the ground, he would move at least 10 feet horizontally. He was easily following the person in front. The magical fluctuation that Nian Bing felt before was emitted by the person in front. Seeing the real appearance of the two people, he was even more certain that the two people were emitting a dark aura. They seemed to be emitting a faint black mist, and that cold aura was full of evil. Nian Bing did not disturb them. He quietly followed them in the distance. He took out the 4 stars saber from his spatial ring. Using the same source of ice and fire, he completely restrained his aura with the 4 stars saber. There were actually dark magicians in Chengdu City. What were they going to do? After a short time, the two people suddenly stopped. The person in front took off the cloak on her head, revealing a long dark blue braid. The place where they stopped was a very good-looking inn. The blue-haired girl looked around. Seeing that there were no pedestrians, she stretched out her white and tender hands and began to carve something on the wall. Nian Bing looked from afar and was surprised to find that it was a magic array that he had never seen before. A faint black mist was constantly drifting out from the magic array and into the inn. Judging from the other party's magical fluctuations, the magic power was not very strong, but this dark magic was really strange. The mist seemed to have a life of its own and was moving in a direction inside the inn. Nian Bing hesitated in his heart. Should he come forward? Dark magicians were extremely rare on the continent. Perhaps he could find some clues about the sealed bottle of Morda's. At this time a low roar sounded. Moo moo! The black mist that poured into the inn flew back. The girl was obviously surprised and turned her head to look at her companion. The side door of the inn opened and a charming and lazy voice sounded. Who is so annoying to disturb other people's sleep at night? Kitty, whose black hair was a little messy, came out of the side door riding a cow and just happened to meet the dark magician. Seeing Kitty appear, Nian Bing in the distant sky could not help but be stunned. He had a very good impression of Kitty, this cute little girl. When he saw her appear, his heart was suddenly happy. But on second thought, he realized that the dark magician had come for Kitty. Where is Hillard? Could it be that Kitty had snuck out again? Yi was depressed. When she woke up, she was going to use the hypnotism that she was good at to knock Kitty out and then catch her out to play with her. But she didn't expect that her hypnotism didn't work at all. Instead, it led her out. She looked at Ping Chao and raised her head. Little girl, you dare to eat during the day. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Kitty rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Yu. Who are you calling a little girl? Are you older than me? Yu snorted, and a light flashed in her hand. Then a small and exquisite magic staff appeared in her hand. The magic staff was about a foot long, and a blue gem was inlaid on top of it. Then a faint black fog started to revolve around Yu as soon as the magic staff appeared. Kitty also noticed a change, but instead of being afraid, she shouted excitedly, Dark magicians! Dad said that dark magicians are the most difficult to deal with. Today I actually met 2 of them. That's great. Hey, who are you? Yu still raised her head and said, I am the beautiful, generous, gentle, and evil super witch Yu who is loved by everyone. What about you? Kitty stuck out her tongue and said without showing any weakness, What super witch, at most a little witch? Me, I am gentle and lovely. Tianxiang, beautiful super summoner Kitty. Yu froze for a moment and said in surprise, You are a teacher? Kitty proudly said, How about it, are you afraid? Yu snorted and said, Afraid of your head. You can only summon a cow. I'll let you see my power, lost sheep. Under the guidance of the great darkness. Be prepared, the darkness will. Yu's incantation was only half finished when suddenly a white light flashed in Kitty's eyes. A sharp sound abruptly interrupted Yu's incantation. The dark magic elements that she had condensed also dissipated. Ping Chao whispered, Spiritual magic. Miss, oh no, Yu, be careful. Yu was not convinced. What's so great about it? Isn't it just interrupting my magic? Kitty, if you have the ability, find a place where no one is around and have a fight with me. If you lose, you have to recognize me as your sister. In the future, if you have anything delicious, you have to give it to me first. Ping Chao almost choked on her own saliva when she heard Yu's words. Great Moon Lord, how could your daughter be like this? Kitty snappily snorted and said, Who cares about you? I still want to sleep. How long will it take to deal with you? Cow attack. The huge black and white body of the cow suddenly stood up. Kitty grabbed its 2 ears to stabilize her body. 8 white lights shot out and went straight to Yu and Ping Chao. Ping Chao's figure flashed and blocked in front of Yu. Her black cloak was raised horizontally and blocked the 8 white lights. In an instant, Ping Chao's eyes turned into a strange red. Her body seemed to swell a little. 2 fangs came out of her mouth. She stared at Kitty and seemed to be ready to attack at any time. Kitty looked at Ping Chao's red eyes and couldn't help but feel a little scared. She took a step back and quickly chanted, I summon you in the name of Shi Yun. Come out, my pet Tiantian. I summon you in the name of Shi Yun. Come out, my pet Tiantian. I summon you in the name of Shi Yun. Come out, my pet Guan. Suddenly, the huge mouse, the obscene fox, and the pink and tender pig appeared one after another in the faint halo. Seeing this, Nian Bing, who was in the air, could not help but laugh. After not seeing each other for half a year, Kitty still had these precious pets protecting her. However, in terms of attack power, her pets were indeed not very strong. It seemed like only that little pig Guan Guan was more powerful. The fox's first action, as soon as it appeared, was to jump on the head of the cow. It seemed to have sensed the existence of danger. It blinked its small eyes and looked around. The fox had some changes compared to the last time Nianbing saw it. Its body was a little bigger, and the fiery red fur on its body looked more lustrous, especially its eyes, which looked very cunning. Seeing the fox, Nianbing's first thought was that it had attracted the golden-backed Dragon King when it peed. Wasn't Hillard going to let the Dragon King be Kitty's pet? Why didn't Kitty summon it? Yu pushed Ping Chao away and looked at Kitty curiously. Are these all your summoned beasts? They're so cute. Kitty pushed Ping Chao away and looked at Kitty curiously. These are all your summoned beasts? They're so cute, Kitty said proudly. Of course, they're my 4 summoned beasts. How about it? Are you scared? If you're willing to call me sister, I'll let you go. In the future, you have to give me good food first. Yu snorted and said, Cow, a pig, a mouse, and a fox. What's there to be afraid of? I'll let you see my power. As she said that, she reached into her pocket and took out a dark green skull. The skull was glowing with a gloomy green light and looked a little gloomy. Yu's hand shook and she threw the skull out. Suddenly, there was a loud whistling sound in the air. Countless black gas spewed out from the skull and wrapped around Kitty and her pets. Kitty blinked her big cute eyes. Tian Tian go. The big mouse, Tian Tian, suddenly jumped up, its body emitting a layer of gray light. It exposed its sharp teeth and pounced directly at the skull. The black light could not penetrate the gray light around its body. Yu's eyes showed a trace of disdain, and she said softly, explode. The green skeleton that was charging forward suddenly stopped in midair. The black air that was originally surrounding it suddenly condensed into a ball. Unexpectedly, it was also in the shape of a skeleton, but it was much larger than the dark green skeleton. The skeleton instantly rushed forward and directly rushed in front of Tian Tian. Tian Tian plunged into the black skull. The gray light around its body suddenly dimmed. Kitty exclaimed and hurriedly shouted, Tian Tian, go back. Guan, beast blood boil. The little pig, Guan, jumped out of Kitty's arms. Its originally pink body instantly turned red. Its 2 small pig eyes shone brightly. In an instant, it emitted a strong king's aura. Its body swelled a bit, and the red light around its body revealed a faint golden light. It let out a sharp cry unique to pigs. It lowered its head and rushed forward. At that time, relying on Guan Guan's boiling beast puppet, it had once temporarily repelled the gold-backed Earth Dragon King. Its charging power was much stronger than the big mouse Tian Tian. The king's chi around its body was instantly released, and it actually tore that black skull to pieces. The pig head directly collided with the dark green skull's body. With a bang, the sturdy dark green skull was sent flying back. Guan's charging momentum did not change. It's huge but twisted in the air and directly rushed towards Yu. Yu blinked. The magic staff in her hand suddenly disappeared. A big dark green hand appeared in front of her. She muttered a few incantations. The big hand seized the opportunity when Guan's charging momentum was not fierce. The king's aura around its body also decreased. Guan kept struggling, and the squeals of the pig sounded a little ear-piercing. Faintly, you controlled the big hand to grab Guan in front of her and pinched its pig nose. You little fat pig, what are you squeaking for? You dare to fly my green head, I'll spank your butt. As she spoke, she held Guan's little tail with one hand and lifted it upside down. Her small hand slapped its pink pig but a few times. Kitty angrily said, Don't bully my Chin pet. Yu snorted and hit Guan 2 more times. I just want to bully it. What about it? If you admit defeat and call me sister, I'll let it go. Kitty was very anxious. When she didn't know what to do, she suddenly saw Guan's body turn red again. The originally anxious little face suddenly showed an excited expression. You can hit it. Anyway, Guan is not obedient. You can teach it a lesson for me. Yu Yu was stunned. At this time, Ping Chao, who had been standing beside Yu Yu, suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" He stepped forward and cut off the connection between Yu Yu and the big magic hand. His right palm waved, and an explosion sounded. Guan flew up together with the big magic hand at the same time. In an instant, the dark night seemed to be illuminated. The dazzling golden light was instantly released. The dark green magic hand was completely blown into pieces. The pink Guan floated in the air in silence. The original chubby body swelled. The Golden King's aura was constantly released. Even Nian Bing, who was far away in the air, could feel the powerful feeling. Yeah, Guan, you finally evolved to the second rank. That's great. Cat was excited. Brother Ping Chao, kill that hateful pig for me. Yu Yu's fear was replaced by anger. She looked at Guan in the air with hatred. Ping Chao moved. His tall body rushed toward Guan in the air like a black cold lightning. In an instant, his eyes turned completely blood red. Black nails grew on the fingertips of his right hand. The rich dark aura was frightening. Seeing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but jump in fright. That was Dark Do Chi. He knew that he couldn't watch any longer. If Kitty was hurt, it would be too late to regret. Guan and Ping Chao collided. In the ear-piercing pig's cry, Guan, who had just evolved to the second rank, was sent flying by Ping Chao before he had time to use his beast blood boil skill. His fat body glided in the air like a round ball. Cat, with a cry of surprise, he jumped down from the cow and shouted, Then hurry up! The fiery red fox shrunk his head obscenely. Suddenly, he raised his leg and peed on the cow's head. The originally simple and honest cow let out an angry roar, while the obscene fox had already run off to God knows where. The cow stood up on its hind legs, and a white light kept flashing under its belly, as if its milk was limitless. It madly attacked faintly in front of it in the sky. The black Li Guang star appeared in front of Faintly Faint, and the dark green radiance around her petite body shone brightly. Dark tentacles devour all the unknown energy. Countless black radiances interweaved in front of her, blocking wave after wave of attacks from the cows. Kitty looked down at the fox hiding behind her and said discontentedly, Then you're getting worse. After reaching the second rank, your urine has the effect of the blood drain skill. But you can't just use it on Nyo-Nyo's body. If he gets tired, I'll spank you and let little Stutter ravage you. The fox blinked its eyes. Its obscene appearance seemed to be a little scared. It shook its head repeatedly, squeaked twice, and rushed up again. In the air, although Guan was sent flying by Ping Chao, his body quickly stabilized. A pair of pink wings grew out of his back. He stabilized his body and rushed towards Ping Chao again. Nian Bing had already flown over when Guan was knocked flying. He did not expect Guan to have wings to fly back. The man and the pig collided into each other coincidentally. The spell that Nian Bing had prepared to attack Ping Chao ended up exploding on Guan. It was an instant cast explosion spell that was a combination spell of ice and fire. With a loud bang, Nian Bing was sent flying high into the air by the recoil. Poor Guan, on the other hand, changed direction and crashed into the ground like a stray bullet. The dizzy Nian Bing subconsciously shouted, Damn, flying divine pig! Coincidentally, Guan's fall and direction happened to coincide with Yu Yu, who was continuously using her dark tentacles to block the cow's attacks. With a loud bang, the dark aura was completely shattered by Guan's free fall. Yu Yu cried out in alarm, and her delicate body was wrapped in a layer of dark green light as she flew out. Even though she reacted quickly, she was still covered in dust. Damn pig, you dirted Yu Yu's clothes. You're dead. Yu Yu was furious. Just as she was about to chant a powerful spell, Nian Bing and Ping Chao had already landed on the ground. Nian Bing stood in front of Kitty shielding her. At this moment, dawn, which had pierced through the heavens and earth, was already in his hands. The golden halo on the blade was particularly eye-catching in the night. The holy aura dispersed the evil in the night. Standing in front of Kitty, Nian Bing was like a war god. The light emitted by the holy light stone covered his body in a layer of golden luster. "Who are you?" Looking at the blade in Nian Bing's hand, Ping Chao's face changed. From the exceptionally pure power of light, he felt an irresistible power. He subconsciously retreated in front of Yu Yu to block her body. Chapter 85. The fox, who had rushed out, saw someone come forward and immediately retreated. The dizzy Guan also joined Kitty's side. Only the cow, who was still spurting out urine, was blocked by Ping Chao's continuous wave of the cloak. The effect of the fox's spokesperson going berserk was really strong. Nian Bing Gij. Kitty's voice was full of surprise. She rushed up from behind and grabbed Nian Bing's big hand. Because of excitement, Kitty's small face was flushed red. She shook Nian Bing's hand hard, as if she had forgotten that she was facing a strong enemy. Nian Bing looked at Kitty awkwardly, then immediately stared at Ping Chao and coldly said, "People from the dark, why are you attacking my friend?" Ping Chao did not answer Nian Bing's question. He stared at the holy brilliance, sword in his hand. Suddenly, his whole body trembled violently and his upper body bent down. Nian Bing thought that he was going to attack, so he immediately held the long sword in his hand horizontally and quickly chanted a spell. "Yu Yu, it's the power of light. Let's leave here first." The golden light on the holy brilliance sword gave Ping Chao an unfathomable feeling. Although he was not afraid, he had to take Yu Yu into consideration. Yu Yu's angry eyes stared at the piglet Guan, and her hands constantly patted the dust on her body. For her, who was obsessed with cleanliness, Guan's behavior was unforgivable. Ping Chao suddenly made a sharp cry. Fine short hair grew on his body, and the fangs under his lips became more prominent. His red eyes were full of a strange feeling. Suddenly, his bent body shook violently, and two huge wings appeared as a cloak. Seeing this strange scene, Nian Bing could not help but be stunned for a moment. There was a short pause in the incantation in his mouth. Taking advantage of this moment, the black fog suddenly expanded. Ping Chao's body retreated like lightning. In the illusion, Yu Yu had already arrived on his back. The huge wings suddenly flapped, and countless black air currents shot towards Nian Bing like wind blades. Nian Bing's incantation was also completed at this moment. Just like how Ping Chao was afraid of harming Yu Yu, he was also afraid of harming Kitty. He didn't want to be meritorious, but he wanted to avoid making any mistakes. The golden radiance with a holy aura suddenly flourished. The post-radiance saber brought up a golden barrier of light. When the black airflow came into contact with the holy golden light, it immediately disappeared without a trace. It didn't even produce much impact. Light was the nemesis of darkness, and this was especially evident on the holy radiance blade that had once been used by the sacred teacher. The dark air current disappeared along with the golden light. When Nian Bing and Mao Mao looked again, Ping Chao had already turned into a black dot in the night sky with Yu Yu. Yu Yu's hateful voice clearly traveled into their ears. "Little pig, just you wait. I won't let you get away with dirtying my clothes. I will definitely make you regret being a pig in this world." Guan suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He subconsciously shivered and hid behind the cow. His intuition told him that Yu Yu's words weren't as simple as a threat. At this time, the cow had already stopped spraying milk. It seemed to have used up a lot of energy. Hot air was constantly coming out of its nose, and a pair of angry cow eyes were firmly fixed on Fox not far away. Nian Bing didn't chase. In his opinion, the people of the underworld didn't have any direct connection or threat to him, as long as they didn't harm his fundamental interests. Why should he be an enemy? He already had enough troubles. He turned to look at Kitty, and was just about to ask a few words of concern. Kitty suddenly jumped, and Nian Bing's neck tightened. Kitty had already hugged him. Kitty was much shorter than Nian Bing, and with this hug, she was hanging on to Nian Bing. Big brother Nian Bing, I missed you so much. It's so good to finally see you again. Nian Bing awkwardly hugged Kitty's waist. Although Kitty was only about 16 years old, the fragrance of a young girl on her body made the hot-blooded Nian Bing panic. Kitty, don't be like this. Come down first. Your little pets are still watching. No, I won't come down. I want you to hug me. Big brother Nian Bing, don't you treat me as a little sister? Kitty insisted on clinging to him and didn't want to let go no matter what. Hearing the word little sister, Nian Bing's heart calmed down. That's right. Didn't he always treat Kitty as a little sister? How dare he let his imagination run wild just now? He really deserved a beating. No longer feeling awkward, he hugged the cat's delicate body and smiled, saying, How could that be? In brother Nian Bing's heart, you're the cutest little sister. Kitty, what happened just now? Why did those two people attack you? Kitty pouted angrily and said, Who knows why they did that? That Yu called herself a little witch. She's so annoying. I was just about to go to sleep when she attacked me. Fortunately, my spiritual magic senses are very sensitive, so they didn't succeed in their sneak attack. Just now, the way they left was so strange. That big guy seemed to have turned into a beast. Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, Are you sure that it was a beast? How can a person turn into a beast? Does that guy have a non-human bloodline? Kitty let go of Nian Bing's hand and let him hold her. She shook her head and said, I don't know. But I can feel that the moment they left, that person released the aura of a beast. Nian Bing put Kitty down and said, Put away your precious pets first. It's not good to let others see them. Oh, by the way, Kitty, you didn't run out alone again, did you? Kitty giggled and waved her hands to put away the piglet, fox, and cow. She said, No, I'm the most obedient. This time I came out with Daddy. Hearing that Hillard was also there, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel nervous. He still clearly remembered Hillard's warning to him last time. That unfathomable dragon summoner was extraordinarily powerful. However, such an obvious dark aura had appeared, and the target was his daughter. Why didn't he come out to help? There was no reason for him not to feel it. Kitty saw Nian Bing's thoughts and giggled. She said, Daddy went to drink with Uncle Little Magic Snake. Uncle Little Magic Snake didn't seem to welcome me, so he didn't take me. She then told him how she came to Taru City. It turned out that when she was brought home by her father, no matter how much Hillard pressured Kitty, she just didn't cultivate her spiritual magic. She was the apple of Hillard's eye, and she had her mother to support her. Even if Hillard's magic was strong, he couldn't do anything to her. In the end, Hillard had no choice but to promise her that as long as her magic made a certain amount of progress, he would take her to play around the continent. Only then did Kitty give in and seriously learn her spiritual magic. More than half a year had passed. Her innate comprehension was good, and she had made a lot of progress in her spiritual magic and summoning magic. Coincidentally, Demon General Arclight sent them an invitation to come to Taru City to watch the Hua Long Cooking Challenge. In order to encourage his daughter, Hillard took her here. After listening to Kitty's words, Nian Bing couldn't help but be surprised. The powerful Hillard really had a wide circle of friends. Even a military officer like the Demon General was his friend. Kitty, have you really never seen those two people before? Think about it carefully. Although they used the power of darkness, even people in the dark wouldn't easily make a move if they didn't have a certain purpose. Kitty pouted and said, You don't believe me? I really haven't seen them before, although that Yu looks very loathsome. But this time she has helped me out. Guan Guan has evolved to the second stage. It seems that the stimulation of the outside world is very good for their evolution. In the future, I'll have to find ways to stimulate them more. Her poor pets were in a daze in Kitty's space, and their upcoming fate was pitiful. Nian Bing's mind turned. Kitty wouldn't lie to her. But why did those two people attack her? What the hell was going on? However, from the other party's attack, it seemed that they didn't have the intention to kill Kitty. Just as he thought of this, suddenly, his spiritual power shook violently, and the huge pressure made him take a step back. His eyes instantly locked onto the darkness, not far away. The holy radiance, sword in his hand, was raised again, and a tall figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Nian Bing, why are you here? Senior, it's you. The person who came was Hillard, although his expression was very calm, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. Kitty also saw her father, but she didn't run over. She said with dissatisfaction, Dad, why did you come back so late? Kitty was bullied just now. Fortunately, Brother Nian Bing saved me. Otherwise, I would have suffered a big loss. Kitty's words were naturally a bit exaggerated. Even if Nian Bing didn't make a move, it wouldn't be easy for Yu and the others to hurt her with the second-order fox and piglet. Hillard walked to his daughter and said in surprise, Someone bullied you? Who was it? Kitty told what had happened before, and described Yu as a terrible witch. Hillard was frightened when he heard this. He put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and confirmed that Kitty didn't suffer any harm. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He hugged his daughter's shoulder and said to himself, It turned out to be a vampire. I haven't seen this kind of creature for many years. Kitty, the next time you meet them, try not to pay attention to them. They attacked my daughter when I wasn't around. It seems that these dark guys are ready to make a move again. Kitty said in surprise, Vampire? Isn't that a bat? Dad, I want a bat as a pet. Hillard frowned and said, Vampires are a kind of pure dark creature. They have the ability to turn into bats, but they aren't real bats. They have the blood of humans, so they can't be pets. Furthermore, dark creatures have stronger mental strength than other creatures. If something goes wrong, it will be very easy for them to backfire. Vampires are very strong and fast. If it was a prince-level vampire, I'm afraid that only Carodis would be able to deal with it. However, it is almost impossible for a prince-level vampire to exist. After all, during the ancient war... He paused for a moment before continuing, Vampires aren't very scary. They have their own weaknesses. Every day, no matter how strong a vampire is, their combat strength will decrease a lot. Our people used to raise dark pets, and they were called dark summoners. However, raising a dark pet requires a lot of effort, especially one's own blood and soul. Although they can quickly increase their strength in a short period of time, it is impossible for them to become a truly powerful summoner. To have the protection of a vampire, that little witch called you must have an extraordinary background. You have to be careful in the future and try not to leave my side. Kitty was a little unconvinced and said, Then why can that little witch have a vampire as a pet? Hillard smiled and said, Silly girl, that's not a pet. It should be a servant or something. Although the dark magic that little girl used wasn't very strong, from what he said, it should be the most authentic dark magic. Her elder's abilities are probably not below mine. It's natural for her to have a vampire as a servant. Hearing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but interject. They don't seem to have any hostility. They didn't really try to kill Kitty. Hillard raised his head and looked at Nian Bing. It's hard to predict the situation of the dark creatures. Their thoughts are extreme, and their actions are often different from ordinary people. Why are you here? It seems like a coincidence. Nian Bing was furious. She knew that Hillard was always wary of her, so she suppressed her anger and said indifferently, Senior Hillard, I came to Taru City to participate in the Hualong Culinary Challenge. When I was meditating, I discovered the dark aura and came out. Kitty has already told me what happened after that. I treat Kitty as my little sister. She was in danger, so how could I not help? It's too late. You and Kitty should go to bed. Goodbye. After saying that, she turned around and walked in the direction of her hotel without waiting for Hillard to ask again. Brother Nian Bing, don't go, okay? Kitty anxiously called out to Nian Bing. Nian Bing stopped and looked back at Kitty. She smiled and said, Hurry up and go back to sleep with your father. Girls don't look pretty if they sleep too late. Brother also has to go back. Goodbye, Kitty." He quickly chanted the spell, and the blizzard carried his body high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. He was full of resentment towards Hillard's wariness, but at the same time, his desire for power was strengthened. He knew very well that whoever was stronger would have more power. If his strength could reach the same height as Hillard's, would Hillard still treat him like this? Looking at Nian Bing leaving, Hillard frowned. He thought to himself, "I haven't seen him for just half a year, but this kid's strength seems to have increased a lot. The same origin of ice and fire is really extraordinary. Dad, why did you drive Nian Bing away? He saved me. Not only did you not thank him, but you were also cold to him. Nian Bing didn't offend you." Kitty's voice was full of indignation. Hillard said sternly, "Kitty, you have to remember that you are a white person. We white people have our own world. It's better to have less contact with the outside world. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. The human heart is the most difficult thing to see clearly in the world. What you see is only the good side of Nian Bing, but you don't really understand him. Remember, don't contact him in the future, understand?" "No, I don't understand," Kitty said. "Brother Nian Bing is so good to me. How can he be a bad person? He was willing to sacrifice himself to save me. Is all this fake? Dad, you are measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. How dare you talk to Dad like that?" Hillard's face darkened. If it were another person, they would have been frightened by his strong mental pressure. However, Kitty could be said to be his nemesis. She looked at her father without giving in. "I'm not wrong. Brother Nian Bing is good to me. Dad is bad. Boo-hoo! Kitty doesn't have a brother. It's not easy to find a brother, but Dad is so fierce to him. Boo-hoo, Dad is bad. When I go back, I will tell Mom that you have to sleep on the floor for a month. No, 3 months." Hillard looked at his daughter. He really couldn't do anything to her. However, at this moment, a strong murderous intent rose in his heart. He knew very well that although Kitty only regarded Nian Bing as a brother now, if she continued to be in contact with him, when Kitty gradually matured, it was difficult to say that she would not have feelings for Nian Bing. After all, Nian Bing was the best choice in terms of appearance and strength. He was born with a strong attraction to girls. No, he couldn't allow that to happen. As his heir, Kitty's future husband could only be a white man. Okay. Don't cry. Dad promises you that when I see Nian Bing in the future, I will treat him better. That's okay, right? Think about it, Hillard comforted his daughter. When Kitty heard this, she immediately smiled through her tears. She hugged Hillard's arm and said, "Dad is the best. Kitty will definitely be obedient." The naive girl didn't know that her pleading had brought a fatal disaster to Nian Bing. Holding his daughter's delicate body, a cold light flashed in Hillard's eyes. He looked in the direction where Nian Bing disappeared and had a plan in mind. Back in the restaurant, with strong willpower, Nian Bing quickly forgot the previous unhappiness. He didn't hold a grudge against Hillard. Hillard had already told him very clearly that the reason why he wasn't allowed to get close to Kitty was because he was a white man. After all, only Caucasians could practice summoning magic, especially dragon summoners like them who were of the same lineage. Nian Bing's heart was very open. After all, he only saw Kitty as that. Now, the only women who had a place in his heart were the pitiful Long Ling and the beautiful Tian Xiang Feng Nu. The second day of the Hualong Culinary Challenge was as lively as the first day. There were 6 semifinals today. When the last 60 semifinalists finished competing, the finalists for the last day would be announced. No commoner would want to miss this grand event that was held once in a few years. Although they couldn't eat those magical delicacies, they were very satisfied to be able to see the skills of these high-level chefs. Nian Bing stood in the middle of the round platform and the rostrum. From afar, he had already seen Kitty and Hillard on the rostrum, but he didn't greet them. He wore the bamboo hat on his head that he had bought earlier to cover his face. He had already asked, and his semifinal was the last one of all the semifinals. He was afraid that it would be held after noon. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to observe the cooking skills of others first. After a night of meditation, his mental power had reached its peak. Today he was close to the competition stage, so he could clearly see every movement of the chefs on the stage. Soon, Nian Bing forgot about everything around him and wholeheartedly immersed himself in appreciating the cooking skills. All the chefs who could enter the semifinals had their own things that he could learn from. Even though there were no other great culinary masters like Little Tian and Momo, the unique designs and ideas of these chefs had opened up his mind. When he learned about his own cooking skills, he instantly had many new and interesting ideas. When one was focused, time often passed the fastest. Unknowingly, the fifth semifinal had already ended. The MC on the stage announced the sixth semifinal. When he read Nian Bing's name, he woke up from his immersion in cooking and realized that it was time for him to go on stage. He didn't want to easily show off his magical cooking skills in front of so many people. Before he went on stage, he first took out the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god and put them in his pocket. Then, using the same origin of ice and fire as a foundation, he placed a seal on the two treasured swords so that they wouldn't be obvious on the surface. However, the magical aura on the swords still existed. Walking up the stage, Nian Bing walked at the back. As the last group of the semi-final, there are only 7 contestants, including him. Other than Nian Bing, the other 6 contestants were between 30 and 50 years old. They all had calm temperaments and calm expressions. With a single glance, one could tell that they were high-level chefs who had been cooking for many years. The MC led Nian Bing and the 6 chefs to their respective cooking tables. Everyone, you are the last group in the semifinals. You have to work hard if you want to catch up with your colleagues in front of you. I'm sure you have seen a lot in the past 2 days. The rules are the same. All kinds of ingredients are in the center of the round table. You can take them as you please and make the dishes that you are best at. After that, our people will bring them to the rostrum for judging. The time limit is 1 hour. Those who can't finish their dish will be deemed as having given up. The 6 chefs immediately walked to the table in the center where all kinds of materials were placed as soon as they heard the MC's announcement. The round table used for the competition was huge, and the storage table in the center took up 2/3 of the space. Hundreds of materials were neatly placed in square boxes. After the 5th group of chefs finished cooking, they had all kinds of new seasonings on the kitchen tables. It could be said that as long as it was a chef's dish, everything was ready. Nian Bing didn't choose the materials as quickly as the other chefs did. She raised her head and looked at the rostrum. Other than Kitty and Hillard, there were a few other familiar faces. Chef Na Yen was sitting at a seat at the edge of the rostrum. Momo was standing behind Na Yen and looking at her. A hint of curiosity appeared in Momo's eyes. She smiled at Nian Bing and nodded her head. Although her appearance was very ordinary, the gentle smile on her face gave people a good impression of her. Nian Bing also nodded at Momo. At that moment, her mental energy moved slightly. She looked to the side and met Little Tian's gaze. Although Little Tian didn't stand out in the crowd, his sharp gaze easily attracted the attention of someone with strong mental energy like Nian Bing. A hint of provocation appeared in Little Tian's eyes. He looked at Nian Bing and then at the kitchen table. It was as if he was saying, "Let's see what you can do." Nian Bing smiled calmly. Her gaze returned to the kitchen table. What should she do? Before coming here, under the influence of her strong self-confidence, she didn't even consider this question. She smiled and her eyes shone brightly. She had already thought of it. Since Little Tian and Momo were holding back, she definitely couldn't reveal her strongest skills. Since that was the case, she would take a step back and use some ordinary cooking skills to enter the finals. With that thought, Nian Bing turned around and walked to the center of the rostrum to choose the materials she needed. At this time, the other chefs had already started various preparations before cooking. As the Hua Long Culinary Arts Competition only allowed the chefs to participate and there were no assistants, so everything had to be done by the chefs themselves. For the chefs who were usually only responsible for the final cooking, the 1 hour time limit seemed to be a lot more tight. In the previous few competitions, some chefs couldn't finish the dishes because the dishes they cooked were too complicated. Therefore, they couldn't finish it in the end. Therefore, the chefs who were going to participate in the semifinals had to hurry up and finish the competition as soon as possible. Nian Bing didn't wait for the rostrum to turn to the other side. After preparing the materials, she immediately started. She held the sai of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god in her hands. She raised her head to look at little Tian before starting. The morning dew dagger and the righteous yang dagger shone with a faint red light and blue light, respectively. As the light shone, it was just like when little Tian used the 1,000 slicing hands yesterday. All the dishes on the chopping board jumped up. Nian Bing's hands created afterimages, and as the light flickered, countless rays of light shot out. Below the rostrum, little Tian's eyes lit up. Lotus severing silk knife technique. This lotus severing silk knife technique was often used by Nian Bing when she was making the 9 azure divine dragon bingyan. Although it wasn't one of the 5 divine knives and most ordinary chefs could use it, it was extremely difficult to master it. Its biggest feature was that the knife had to be cut from both sides so that the materials could be completely extended. The so-called lotus severing silk connecting naturally meant that the thinner the connection, the better. However, the materials couldn't be broken and had to have a sense of integrity. This depended on the chef's attainment in knife skills. Under the training of Garamandes, Nian Bing's physical strength was far from what it used to be. He had even mastered the #1 knife in the cooking world, the Dance of the Dragon, not to mention the lotus severing silk knife technique, which wasn't even listed in the 5 divine knives. With his current level of spiritual power, even if he didn't observe carefully like little Tian, he could still recognize the various complicated situations in the materials. Under the perception of the various textures in the materials, he didn't need to pay attention to his technique at all. He subconsciously used his spiritual power to move his wrists and fingers, and the 2 divine knives had already displayed the effects they should have. At this time, even a trace of excessive fluctuation could bring about extreme changes. However, Nian Bing's hands holding the knives were so stable. From the outside, his knife technique was far less beautiful than little Tian's 1,000 slicing hands yesterday. However, in the eyes of a cooking expert, they could faintly see that Nian Bing's 2 knives formed a field formed by the blades. In this field, all the materials changed according to his thoughts. The knife light disappeared, and Nian Bing casually waved his hand. With a flicker of light, a few materials floated on top of the steamer. He simply took a few spices and evenly sprinkled them on the materials he had accumulated. Then he closed the lid and directly steamed it over the fire. His movements were extremely fast, and the people below couldn't see it clearly. However, little Tian saw it, and so did the spirit chefs Nayen and Momo. The materials Nian Bing prepared were very simple, for green peppers and 5 different types of meat. The people didn't notice, but these cooking experts couldn't. When the 4 green peppers were placed on the steamer, the 5 types of meat that were swept into the air together with the green peppers disappeared at the same time. Although each piece of meat wasn't much, what did this sudden disappearance mean? The spices Nian Bing put in were very simple. It was nothing more than a chef's usual salt and cooking wine. However, when Nian Bing put in the spices, no one saw what he did. Nian Bing put away his dual knives and looked at the chopping board. There were only a few green pepper seeds left on the chopping board. These were the seeds that had fallen when he used his knife technique. He revealed a knowing smile and muttered to himself, "I haven't used it like this in a long time. It seems like my knife technique and senses haven't deteriorated, and my speed is much faster than before. Master, can you see it?" Nian Bing didn't care about the steamer and leisurely watched the chefs cook. When the other chefs began to cook, he had already started the steamer. A faint aroma wafted out. Nian Bing took out his righteous yang saber again. The saber flashed 4 times, and 4 green peppers appeared steadily on the small plate. He didn't decorate it too much. He directly signaled to the MC that his dish was complete. Although his cooking process was not the fastest, it only took him half the time. The master of the ceremony came to Nian Bing's side in shock. After seeing little Tian and Momo's cooking skills, he didn't dare to look down on any young chefs. However, when he saw the 4 green peppers on the plate in front of Nian Bing, he couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Nian Bing doubtfully and asked, "Are you really going to use these 4 steamed green peppers for your semi-final dish?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Are you doubting how I entered the semi-final from the preliminary round?" The master of the ceremony's face turned red. "No, as long as a chef can enter the semi-final, they naturally have a certain level of ability. Our Hualong cooking competition has always been known for its fairness and princess." Chapter 86. Nian Bing said indifferently, "It's true that I didn't pass the preliminary round. I entered the semi-finals with special permission." As soon as he said that, it immediately caused an uproar among the audience. Countless doubtful gazes shot towards the rostrum. The MC's expression changed greatly. Of course, he knew how bad Nian Bing's words would be. He looked up at Fatso Hua on the rostrum, whose expression had changed greatly. Just as he didn't know how to deal with it, Nian Bing opened his mouth again. This time he was facing the hundreds of thousands of audience. "Everyone, don't question the fairness of the competition. Do you want to know why I didn't participate in the preliminary round? It's because it's meaningless to me. I only have one purpose in participating in this competition, and that is to become the champion. Everyone can continue watching. It won't take long. Everything will be revealed tomorrow." After saying that, he glanced at little Tian, whose expression was not good. He raised his head and walked off the stage proudly. The audience was silent for a moment. Then they pointed at Nian Bing's 4 green peppers and burst into laughter. Obviously, they thought that Nian Bing was bragging. After all, from the beginning of the semi-finals until now, no chef's dish was so ugly. Walking off the stage and putting on his bamboo hat, Nian Bing quickly blended into the crowd. After all, there were too many people. At first, some people still noticed him, but soon he was drowned out by the crowd. Nian Bing lowered his head and kept thinking, "What's wrong with me today? I'm not used to being too high profile. Why did I say something like that today?" The last group of semi-finals ended very quickly. As Nian Bing was the first to finish, his 4 green peppers were naturally the first to go up to the judging panel. The judges at the judging panel looked at the 4 dark green peppers. Only 2 of them did not look at them with disdain. One of them was the dragon summoner Hillard, who was specially invited to be a judge for this competition. The other was the immortal chef god, Nian. Hillard could remain calm. It was because he had seen Nian Bing's cooking skills. Yan was the only one among the judges who could barely see what Nian Bing had cooked. Fatso glanced at the demon General Arc light beside him and said in a low voice, "I think there's no need to taste this dish. It's such an ugly dish. Just based on its color, meaning, and shape, it's not enough to enter the finals." Just now, that chef said that it didn't pass the preliminary round. Is that true? Elder Ling, you are the person in charge of the preliminary round. Na Yen smiled indifferently and said, "That's right. I allowed this person to not participate in the preliminary round." Just as he said, the preliminary round has no purpose for him. Perhaps I'm the only one who believes that he will become the champion of this year's Hualong culinary competition. Who said that? I also think that Brother Nian Bing can win this competition. Kitty, who was sitting next to Hillard, immediately interjected when she heard Na Yan's words. Demon Commander Arc Light looked at Hillard in surprise and said, "Did you bring that person here?" "Old she." Hillard shook his head and said, "No, my daughter and I have only met him a few times. His cooking skills are indeed very good. I think that these 4 green peppers aren't as simple as they look on the surface." Na Yen smiled and glanced at Hua. "Fatso." "Fatso, oh Fatso, you've been immersed in cooking for so many years, but you can't even see this. Culinary works are generally judged based on color, fragrance, taste, meaning, and shape. You said that his dish doesn't have the advantages of color, meaning, and shape because you don't know what he did with it." Hua Fatso was stunned for a moment and carefully looked at the green peppers in front of him. Previously, he didn't pay attention to Nian Bing's appearance when she was cooking, so he really didn't know what Nian Bing did with the green peppers. He looked at Na Yan in confusion and said, "Elderling, you know that although I like cooking, my talent in this area isn't that great. Don't keep me in suspense. What's so special about these 4 green peppers? Could it be that these 4 green peppers can compare to Miss Momo's cooking skills?" Na Yen chuckled and said, "Then are you willing to make a bet with me? I'll bet that brat Nian Bing will become the champion. If you lose, you'll give me 2 jars of your precious 100-year-old wine. If he doesn't become the champion, I won't ask for any compensation from you in the future. How about it? That's fair, right?" Hua Fatso looked at Na Yan in shock. It had to be known that Na Yan's salary was astronomical. Although the 2 jars of 100-year-old wine weren't cheap, it couldn't compare to his salary. However, as a businessman, he wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. He chuckled and said, "There's no need for a bet. If you want to drink wine, I'll give you 2 jars. Hurry up and tell me, what's so special about these green peppers?" Na Yen turned his head and nodded at Momo. Momo took out a pair of very thin silver chopsticks and handed it to him. Na Yen glanced at the judges and smiled. "Look carefully." As he spoke, he used the silver chopsticks to reach for the green peppers. Unexpectedly, the chopsticks weren't obstructed by the green peppers and went straight in. He gently picked it up and slowly raised the chopsticks. At that moment, everyone saw a strange scene. Under Na Yan's chopsticks, a circle of thin filaments came out from the green peppers. It wasn't a single filament, but rather a combination of 6 filaments. Although the difference between the other 5 filaments wasn't obvious, it could still be seen from the surface. The 6 filaments were evenly arranged. Na Yen stood up and raised his chopsticks even higher. The filaments didn't show any signs of breaking. The whole green peppers became smaller and smaller, but the filaments grew longer and longer. Other than Na Yen, everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. They couldn't believe that this was real. The green peppers didn't have any special features on the surface, but there was actually such a mystery hidden within. Na Yen said indifferently, "Now, do you still think that this dish doesn't have any special features in terms of color, meaning, and shape? Among the older chefs, we all know that this dish is called 6 filaments spiral pepper. However, the number of people who have actually seen it is pitifully few. Generally speaking, this dish isn't used to eat, but to train one's knife skills. You all should know about the lotus cutting, silk knife skill. This 6 filament spiral pepper is the result of practicing the lotus cutting, silk knife skill to the extreme. I know that I can do it too, but I might not be able to do it as easily as that young man. Although this green pepper looks like a hole, it's actually made up of extremely thin green pepper filaments. The 5 filaments are lamb, pork, beef, horse, and donkey. The 5 filaments and the green pepper filaments are glued together through the stickiness of the meat filaments. During the process of eating, there isn't a single bit scattered. The flavor of the dish is also because the 5 filaments and the green pepper filaments are perfectly merged together during the steaming process. That's why it's so unique. Even if this dish doesn't have any special features in terms of color, meaning, or shape, just the taste alone is enough to make up for it. Judging from that young man's calm and fast movements, His attainments in knife skills are definitely the most exquisite in this cooking competition. Now, you should understand why I gave him a bye in the preliminary round, right? For a chef like this, he definitely has the ability to directly participate in the finals. All right, let's have a taste. Looking at the astonishment in the eyes of the judges, "Nah," Yen secretly said in his heart. Old friend, I didn't expect you to have taught such an outstanding disciple. I'm really envious. I hope that the ghost chef skills can once again appear in this world." Hua Fatso was rejoicing in his heart, rejoicing that he didn't make a bet with Na Yen, looking at the magical 6 filaments spiral pepper in front of him. He really couldn't believe that this was made using only knife skills. The judges didn't say anything more. They all moved their chopsticks, each picking up some 6 filaments spiral pepper and putting it into their mouths. Exclamations of surprise sounded one after another. Just as Na Yen said, just based on the taste alone, this dish was enough to enter the finals. Among the crowd, the one who was the most astonished was Na Yen. As one of the most outstanding culinary talents in the culinary world, Nian Bing's 6 shredded spiral peppers had given him a huge shock. Compared to the 6 shredded spiral peppers of the past, Nian Bing's 6 shredded spiral peppers was much more varied in taste. However, Na Yen couldn't tell where those additional variations came from. After all, a spirit chef was a spirit chef. After a short moment of thought, he immediately remembered the 2 knives in Nian Bing's hands. He naturally recognized the righteous Yang knife. As for the morning dew knife, although it didn't look conspicuous on the surface, its simple design also left a deep impression on him. Na Yen immediately realized that the changes in the 6 filaments spiral pepper must have something to do with the 2 knives. Very quickly, the results of the semifinals were announced. Little Tian Momo and Nian Bing had all entered the finals. In order to dispel the doubts of the audience, Fatso instructed the master of ceremonies to display a complete 6 filaments spiral pepper in front of the audience. Only then did the audience accept the fact that Nian Bing had entered the finals. Little Tian had been watching from below the stage. He had been cultivating his culinary arts for many years, so he naturally knew about the famous 6 filaments spiral pepper. After hearing the master of ceremonies' explanation, his eyes shone brightly and his fighting spirit rose to an unprecedented level. "Nian Bing, it seems that I still underestimated you. However, the champion of this competition can only be me. Even if I use all of my abilities, I definitely won't lose to you." Nian Bing walked out from the crowd and headed towards the hotel. If it weren't for the presence of the spirit chef Na Yen today, he definitely wouldn't have chosen the 6 filaments spiral pepper. After all, without a lot of experience, it would be very difficult for a normal chef to distinguish the secret behind the dish. At this moment, his mood had calmed down a lot. He didn't stroll around Taru City and directly returned to the hotel. After eating something, he once again entered meditation. On a certain mountain in the Longmu Empire, clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Gusts of wind blew past, bringing along snowflakes. Due to the high altitude, this place was already a white world. Even those with extremely powerful martial skills would find it very difficult to climb up this mountain range. Only some plants that were extremely resistant to cold could grow here, bringing some vitality to the snowy peaks. Suddenly, the originally clear sky darkened. A dragon's roar rang out from the distance. A huge white dragon drilled out from the clouds and circled around in the air. It brought with it an intense white light that completely enveloped its huge body. Suddenly, the light disappeared, and a handsome man covered in white clothes appeared on the highest snowy peak. He looked at his clothes with satisfaction and said to himself in an intoxicated manner, "The more I look at the human body, the more comfortable it feels. It's much more flexible than a dragon body. Not bad. Caudilus, you're intoxicated by yourself again." The loud and clear voice shook the snowy peak, as if an avalanche could happen at any time. A mass of cyan light fell on the peak like a meteor. Beside the white-clothed Caudilus, a young man in cyan clothes suddenly appeared. He looked more handsome than Caudilus. His whole body emitted a faint aura. Caradyrus, is this how you talk to your brother? Recently, you've been hanging out with those white summoners. You're getting more and more talkative. The cyan-clothed man was the wind dragon Caradyrus. Caradyrus smiled faintly and said, "Brother, we haven't seen each other in hundreds of years. So you still remember that I'm your brother. But who was it that stole my high-quality silver crystal?" Caudilus' eyes revealed a trace of awkwardness. This can't be blamed on me. You're the Wind Dragon King. Why would you want a high-quality spatial gem? That thing is only useful to me. You know that we dragons love gems of our element the most, especially high-quality ones. Caradyrus reached out his hand unhappily and said, "Now you can return it to me, no matter what I found that thing. Or you can give me something of equivalent value in exchange." Caudilus' eyes flashed with anger. "Don't mention it. I wanted to return it to you, but it was stolen less than a year after I got it. Damn, just thinking about it makes me depressed." Caradyrus said with some disdain, "We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, and you've even learned how to swear. However, your lies are too fake. Who could steal a gem from your space, Dragon King?" Caudilus pointed his right middle finger at the sky and said, "Although I took your silver crystal, I, Caudilus, disdain to lie. Damn, it's all because of that bastard Garamandes. Other than him, who else would have the guts to steal from me? You also know that Garamandes' strength is the most despicable among the 7 dragon kings. It's impossible to guard against him. Humph, I reckon he'll be here soon. When the time comes, we brothers will attack together. I'm not afraid that he won't submit. You can take back the silver crystal, but I want to vent my anger on that bastard Garamandes." Caradyrus looked at Caudilus' hand gesture and couldn't help but frown. He took a step back and said, "Can't you be a bit more civilized? You're really throwing away the face of us dragons." At this time a mocking voice suddenly sounded. "Oh, Carlo! Your brother has always been like this. Having such a brother, I really feel sorry for you." A red light flashed, and a figure appeared in the air, floating slowly towards the snowy peak. It was the Fire Dragon King Garamandes that Caudilus hated so much that his teeth itched. "Garamandes, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death." A silver light flashed, and Caudilus' body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Garamandes and suddenly punched towards his chest. In the instant that Caudilus' human fist punched out, a silver hexagram suddenly shone brightly. The silver light enveloped Garamandes from all directions. Garamandes chuckled. In an instant, his entire body emitted a layer of fiery red aura. The red light instantly enveloped an area of 1,000 gris. The huge silver hexagram immediately disappeared, and the heat brought by the red light immediately melted the originally towering snowy peak into water. The height of the entire snowy peak rapidly decreased. The Wind Dragon King Caradyrus cursed angrily. He hurriedly rode the wind and circled in the air. Only then did he not get caught in the crossfire. Garamandes was still floating there, while Caudilus was 100 meters away. He was panting slightly, and his expression had changed a bit. Garamandes chuckled and said, "Cow, I admit that I can't compare to you in terms of running away. However, in terms of combat strength, you are far inferior. If you want to fight me, you'll have to go back and train for a few thousand years. Your sealing technique is ineffective against me." The Space Dragon King, Caudilus, angrily said, "Damn it, Garamandes, you freak. You've been holed up all these years. Have you been training every day?" Garamandes proudly said, "For someone as great as me, even if I don't train for a day, I can easily beat you. Cow, I advise you to save your strength. Wait until I inherit the position of the Dragon God. Maybe I'll treat you better." Ha! His smug look made Caudilus very unhappy, but he also knew that he was no match for him. He could only retaliate with an angry look. Tui, tui, tui. You want to inherit the position of the dragon god? Only I have that possibility. Don't think that it's enough just because your attack power is strong. If you want to become the successor of the dragon god, wisdom is more important. In this aspect, you've always been the worst. Caudillus looked at Garamandes disdainfully, but he did not attack again. Caradiris floated to the same height, looked at Garamandes and said, Old Garamandes, my brother said that you took the silver crystal. Is that true? Garamandes very naturally said, Yes, I did take it. That day, I accidentally saw your brother, proudly flying off to God knows where. I secretly followed him and heard him say something about how that idiot Caro could find such a good quality, silver crystal. This time it's my lucky day. Hee. With this silver crystal, my magic power will definitely increase by a lot. In the future, the 7 dragon kings will definitely respect me. He imitated Caudillus very well. Hearing this, Caudillus roared angrily and charged towards Garamandes again. The red flames instantly turned purple, and Garamandes' draconic aura suddenly increased, forcing Caudillus to retreat. Although Caudillus, as the Space Dragon King, had a deep understanding of space, his magic power was indeed much weaker than Garamandes at their level. Although technique was still important, absolute power was the foundation. Garamandes did not give Caudillus a chance to use any techniques. Relying on pure energy attacks, Caudillus naturally could not do anything to him. Hee, Caro, you saw it too. I didn't lie. What I hate the most is your brother's self-satisfied look. So I stole the silver crystal. At that time, he chased me for tens of thousands of miles, wanting to snatch it back. Unfortunately, although I was not as good as him in technique, it was not easy for him to hurt me with his strength. In the end, he could only give up dejectedly. Caradiris glared at his brother and said angrily, I even called you brother. You're becoming more and more obscene, just like kitties summon fox. Garamandes, I don't care what happened back then. Give me back the silver crystal. As for the matter between you and my brother, I can't be bothered. You can fight however you want. Garamandes spread out his hands and said, Caro, it's not that I don't want to give it back to you, but later on I used your silver crystal to make a blade and gave it to a human. I can't give it back to you, even if I want to. Caradiris said angrily, Garamandes, don't tell me you want to covet my treasure? Others don't know where your earth dragon's nest is, but I know very well. Be careful, or I'll steal your treasures. Garamandes' expression didn't change as he said, I'm telling the truth. You also know that although I have a little problem, I, the great fire dragon King Garamandes, never lie. Besides, I don't need to lie to you. That silver crystal is useless to me, so I really gave it away. If you really want it, you can ask that human for it yourself. Caudillus rolled his eyes and said, Little brother, I'm not the kind of person to pick a fight, but if others take my things, I can't stand it. Garamandes made a disdainful gesture at Caudillus. If you're not AF * King Troublemaker, then I'm a gentleman. Cow, if you're not convinced, then let's fight. Oh, you're all here. It seems that the 2 of us are a bit late. The 2 of them, 1 gold and 1 black, were really a bit late. 2 balls of light, 1 gold and 1 black, rapidly approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the 3 dragon kings. With a flash of light, the 2 figures of Garamandes quickly shrank. A man and a woman stopped beside the 3 of them. Their position just happened to separate Garamandes from Caudillus. The golden-clothed woman was very tall. Her slender and plump figure could definitely be regarded as a peerless beauty of the human race. Her long golden hair draped over her back. Her whole body was filled with a holy aura. Under the faint golden luster, she was as moving as a goddess descending to the mortal world. His right thumb and index finger kept moving in front of him, emitting beautiful golden flowers. The black-clothed man looked extremely cold on the surface. Standing beside the golden-clothed woman, he didn't utter a word. His somewhat pale face looked very grave and stern. However, whether it was Carlo, Cow, or the arrogant Garamandes, their gazes were fixed on his handsome yet pale face. The previous quarrel immediately stopped. The golden-haired beauty smiled sweetly and said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you quarreling very loudly just now? Continue, continue." Count Dillis laughed mischievously and said, "Demantetti, don't make fun of us. You also know that we were just messing around. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Boss Kagarosis, you look pretty good." The black-clothed, black-haired Kagarosis's eyes flashed coldly, and he spat out 2 words, "Nonsense." Count Dillis seemed to have a strong fear of Kagarosis and didn't say anything else. He laughed dryly and did not say anything else. On the other hand, Garamandes appeared very calm. He smiled and said, "Kagioxis, both of you are here. How come Bing Bing and the Dark Dragon King are husband and wife? This is practically unimaginable," Demantetti said with a smile. "Garamandes, it looks like your strength has improved quite a bit these years. Kagarosis's mood hasn't been very good recently. If you want to fight, you can exchange pointers with him. I won't interfere." Garamandes snorted and said, "Don't make sarcastic remarks. Who doesn't know that you, the eldest miss, are always protecting her own? Kagarosis is your husband. Not to mention that I can't beat him. Even if I beat him, would you let it go? Sometimes I really don't understand who is the light and who is the darkness between the two of you." Count Dillis laughed mischievously and said, "Demantetti, I'm not the kind of person to pick a fight. However, if I were you, I wouldn't do it." "Shut up!" Kagarosis shouted impatiently. Count Dillis' body shook, and he immediately closed his mouth with an apologetic smile. Demantetti giggled and said, "Garamandes, your courage seems to be a lot smaller than before. Didn't you always want to challenge Kagarosis in the past? Why are you shrinking back now? Don't worry. I don't have the ability to help him now. Our baby is about to be born. I don't want to affect the fetus." As she said that, she looked at her flat belly with a blush. Her current appearance was completely an illusion and not her original body, so there were no signs of pregnancy. Kagarosis's cold and arrogant face revealed a rare touch of gentleness. He looked up at Garamandes and said, "Are you interested?" Garamandes's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. He shook his head and said, "Not interested. Congratulations. This time we didn't gather together to fight. Let's wait for Bing Bing and Fatso to come and discuss proper business." Demantetti looked deeply at Garamandes and said with a smile, "They won't be coming. I received a message from them. Bing Bing has recently completed the last transformation and is about to completely transform into the Dragon King form. Fatso said that he is going into seclusion, so he won't be coming either." "Seclusion? That damn Fatso will be in seclusion. His dragon belly is so fat that he can't fly. I think he must have gone to the beach to eat. Demantetti, we should think of a way to help him lose weight," Caudillis said in a strange tone. Garamandes nodded and said, "Caudillis is right. Among the 7 of us, Fatso loves to eat more than me. That guy doesn't have any taste when it comes to eating. He only knows how to win with quantity." Demantetti looked at Garamandes with some surprise and said, "So you are saying that you have a good taste when it comes to eating? I remember that when you ate with Fatso, you didn't look much better than him." Garamandes snorted and said, "It's different now. I specially hired the best chef. Eating is an art. Eating the best delicacy, even if it's just a bite, is much better than eating hundreds of pounds of ordinary food. Delicacies need to be tasted." Dark Dragon King Kagarosis looked at Garamandes with some surprise and said, "That makes sense." Demantetti looked at Garamandes with surprise. "Professional chef? Garamandes, you didn't forget the Dragon God's instructions, right? We can't harass humans." Garamandes snorted and said, "That human was willing to cook for me. Besides, I also gave him a reward." Wind Dragon King Karadiris, who had been silent all this time, said with dissatisfaction, "Don't tell me it's my silver crystal." Garamandes laughed and said, I don't have any use for that thing, so I gave it to him. If you want it, you can go by yourself. You, Dark Dragon King Kagurosis's eyes shone with cold light and said coldly, Let's talk business. Demanteti said, Yes, let's talk business. You can deal with your private matters when the time comes. Hearing the strongest duo of the 7 Dragon Kings speak, Garamandes and the other 3 dragons' expressions became serious. Space Dragon King Caudilus was the first to lower his head and said, I lost my sealing bottle of Mordas. Dark Dragon King Kagurosis said calmly, It happened. Space Dragon King Caudilus looked at the other 4 Dragon Kings and stammered, I saw a beautiful girl last time. She also had a good impression of me. Then we lived a happy life together. But not long after, I found that she suddenly disappeared. The sealing bottle of Mordas that I kept also disappeared. You can't blame me for this. How would I know that she was a spy? Demanteti frowned, You trash. You still can't change your lecherous habits. Although Caudilus said it simply, the other 4 Dragon King all knew that things were not that simple. Garamandes couldn't help but say, I'm afraid she didn't steal it. With your lecherous nature, you might have even given it away. Space Dragon King Caudilus chuckled and said, She said that the bottle was very beautiful and unique, so you should die. The black light suddenly shone brightly. Even Kagurosis, who was the best at dodging, had no chance to escape. There was a shocking explosion in the air. His human body was instantly beaten back to its original form. He suddenly rushed away and let out a miserable dragon roar. Dark Dragon King Kagurosis looked at Space Dragon King Caudilus and smiled. My hands have been itching recently. Caxiang, after this matter is over, please come to my house and Diamond's house as a guest for a while. Caudilus, who had just flown back, screamed, Boss Sith, no. I know I was wrong. Chapter 87. Garamandes rejoiced in his misfortune. It's too late to realize your mistake. Didn't you see Tiasis laughing? You even said such a long sentence. You're in trouble, but you should have been punished like this long ago. Damanti snorted coldly. Garamandes, don't be so happy. According to the information I received, you should have lost the bottle in your hand. Also, how did the 3 of you complete the mission of the Dragon God? Tell me about your situation. Garamandes said somewhat awkwardly, Well, it's not that I wasn't careful, but the enemy was too cunning. They actually prepared a spatial scroll above the 10th step and took advantage of the moment when I was distracted to snatch the bottle and run. I couldn't catch it in time. A few days ago, I suddenly felt the aura of the bottle, but when I chased after it, the aura disappeared. I received your message and hurried over. Dark Dragon King Tiasis laughed again. Good. You're really getting more and more capable. In your opinion, losing 1 bottle shouldn't be a problem, right? You should also come over to our place as a guest. This time, it was Caudilus' turn to rejoice in his misfortune. Garrett, this time Tiasis' words seemed to be even longer. You're in trouble, hee. If we brothers work together, we won't necessarily suffer any losses. Garamandes said proudly, Who's your brother? I'll be your guest, but let me say this first. Tiasis, I definitely won't work together with that filthy bastard Caudilus. If you're itching to fight, let's fight one-on-one. Dark Dragon King Tiasis nodded coldly. You're ambitious. You're stronger than him. Demanteti's gaze turned to Wine Dragon King Caradiris and asked, Caro, where's your bottle? Caradiris said, I'm not as careless as they are. I used my dragon power to seal the bottle in a secret place in the White Village. With the protection of 4 powerful Caucasian summoners, with the strength of their spirit magic, it is impossible for the enemy to steal it. If we were to fight head-on, the summoning magic of those 4 Caucasian summoners isn't something that anyone can resist. Furthermore, the Caucasian friend that I have contract with recently subdued a golden-back Earth Dragon King that has already evolved into a straight dragon. There won't be any problems. D. Mantegni nodded and said, You have always been cautious. We can trust you on this point. However, after we go back, we will have to deal with you. It's better that you don't guard it personally. Judging from the current situation, the enemy's acquisition of 3 sealing bottles of Mudas was clearly organized and premeditated. The remaining 4 bottles in our possession must be their target. Not only do we have to protect these 4 bottles, but we also have to try our best to find the other 3 bottles. Otherwise, the dragon god will blame us, and none of us will be able to bear the consequences. Wind Dragon King Karadiris said, Diamond, the enemy, is hiding in the dark. Since they dare to steal the bottle, they naturally have the ability to cover up the scent of the bottle. Do they really want to open the space door and let those abandoned races come back? Demanteti nodded and said, Apart from this purpose, I really can't think of any other reason. Now most of the gods are sleeping. Once those abandoned races return to the Ingon continent, there will be a bloody storm. Even if the gods can wake up in time, they may not be able to avoid the catastrophe. After so many years, who knows how powerful those abandoned races are? After all, during the War of the Gods, they were only defeated and seriously injured the gods. If the gods had the power to destroy them, they would have done it long ago. Space Dragon King Karadiris said in annoyance, What gods? Abandoned races? Isn't that just a farce of humans? I really don't understand. Since these bottles are so important, why don't the gods guard them themselves, but let us guard them? Demanteti snorted and said, There are many things you don't understand. If the gods could guard the 7 bottles themselves, they would have done so long ago. These 7 bottles also have a great impact on us dragons. You should understand this. Cow Karadiris said, It's not the magicians, Sith, those people. At this point, he suddenly felt Sith's sharp gaze, and he couldn't continue his sentence. Demanteti's eyes flashed with cold light. I hope you understand that Sith is one of us. Although he was once the prince of the Dark Dragons, he has nothing to do with the Dark Dragons anymore. If anyone brings up his sad past again, don't blame me for being hostile. Cow Karadiris said embarrassedly, I'm the fastest. Sorry, but Diamond, when will you change your temper? You're going to be a mother soon. If you pass this temper on to your child, it won't be a good thing. Demanteti said in annoyance, None of your business. My child will definitely be the best. Garamandes looked deeply at Demanteti and said, I also want to see what attributes the child of the Dark Dragon King and Light Dragon King will have. Since the enemy has been confirmed, we should start moving. We still have 4 bottles in our hands. The first thing to do is for the magicians to protect these 4 bottles. Diamond, you're about to give birth, and when that time comes, your strength will be greatly weakened. In order to take care of you, I'm afraid that Caesar won't be able to take care of too many things. Your child will also need some time to hatch, so I want to find Fatty Caesar. That guy is too lazy, so I'll let him go find the stolen bottle. After I find him, I'll immediately look for you and protect you while you give birth. A trace of gentleness flashed in the eyes of the Dark Dragon King. Thank you. Garamandes coldly said, There's no need to thank me. You should know that I'm not doing this for you, but for Diamond. I don't want anything to happen to her. After all, I've only loved her in my life. Although she chose you, she will always be important in my heart. Do you know Kagiosis? I've hoped more than once that you don't treat her well. That way, I'll have a reason to snatch her back. Kagiosis calmly looked at Garamandes and said in an exceptionally firm tone, Unless I die, no one can harm or snatch away my beloved. Although you are my rival in love, I've never seen you as an enemy. Do you know why? Garamandes coldly looked at him. You seem to be very talkative today. I don't know and I don't want to know. I'm going to look for a bumpkin. Before I come back, protect Diamond well. And you, Cow, remember to set up some barriers around Diamond's place of birth. After saying that, his human figure suddenly expanded and turned back into the Fire Dragon King. The huge dragon wings made the surrounding white clouds drift away. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, like an arrow leaving the bow. Count Dillis looked at Garamandi's huge back, gradually disappearing, and asked curiously, "Boss Sith, why don't you see him as an enemy?" "I'm not a troublemaker." However, when he chased after Diamond, he was like a fly that saw shit. Kagiosis disdainfully snorted, but didn't say anything. Instead, Demanteti seemed to recall something and said indifferently, "That's because..." In Kagiosis' eyes, Garamandes is a real man. At least he knows what true love is. In order to make me happy, he finally gave up his pursuit of me. At that time, if not for his help, the dragon gods wouldn't have allowed me to marry Kagiosis. The rest of you don't know about that matter, but Garamandes is really a good person. If there's an afterlife, maybe I'll marry him. No, even if he's a good person, even if there's an afterlife, you can only be mine. Kagiosis' voice was deep and powerful. It was filled with an insufferably domineering aura. He hugged Demanteti's waist and looked deeply into her golden eyes. "All right, you're just like a vinegar jar. I'm just saying that it's possible. All right, Caro, go back and protect your bottle. Cow, come with us." 4 figures rose into the sky at the same time. The gold, black, green, and silver dragons circled in the sky and then flew in different directions. The tall mountain range returned to its calm state. Only the snowy peak, which had been lowered by several hundred meters because of Garamandes, could bear witness to the special changes that had happened before. Early in the morning, Nian Bing stood in front of the window and bathed in the warm sunlight. He casually stretched his body. The feeling of sunbathing after a night of meditation was what he liked the most. Today, the finals of the Hualong Culinary Academy were going to be held. He was going to face Momo and little Tian. He was confident in himself, but he definitely wouldn't underestimate his opponents. Little Tian's confidence definitely wasn't without reason. He took a comfortable bath and changed into a new set of rough clothes. He rubbed the spatial ring on his hand. The ice and fire origin power in his body circulated harmoniously. The circulation path was extremely clear. The ice and fire elements in the surrounding air continuously gathered towards his body. It was as if magic was taking shape with every movement he made. This kind of feeling was extremely wonderful. Nian Bing knew that he had taken a step forward on the path of magic. These days of continuous training hadn't been in vain. However, what he didn't know was that his achievements today were greatly related to his 8 years of training in the Peach Blossom Forest. During those years, Nian Bing only felt that his magic was gradually improving. In reality, he didn't know that he had been relying on the Ice Goddess Stone and Cannon God Stone to continuously train every day. The energy from the 2 top quality gems had long since nourished his body. 8 years of continuous meditation had already subtly changed his body. After the Fire Dragon King, Garamandes helped him get rid of the acrobatics in his body. The results of his 8 years of meditation finally, gradually appeared. This was the main reason why his magic had improved so quickly recently. Of course, the improvement in magic also couldn't be separated from his continuous comprehension. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing used his mental strength to conceal the magic waves around his body. He used his 10 fingers to simply comb his golden hair. After last night's meditation, he suddenly understood some things. Whether it was magic or cooking, there was no need to hide it anymore. The Ice Goddess Priestess was known as every mage on the continent. Who would dare to provoke her? No, the reason was very simple. Because she was strong enough. As long as he showed his strength of the same origin of ice and fire in the eyes of others, then the pressure in the future would become his biggest motivation. Therefore, he had already made 2 decisions. And today, the first thing he had to accomplish was his first goal as a mage. There was still an hour before the start of the finals, and the Teru Square was already crowded with people. Before the competition, Hua Fatso was eating his meal. The waiters of Hua Long Restaurant distributed some snacks made by the restaurant to the spectators. Although the number of snacks was limited, and only some of the spectators were able to get them, His way of doing things made the people of Taru City burst into thunderous cheers. For a time, the prestige of Hua Long Restaurant had reached a new height. It was undeniable that Hua Fatso was an extremely outstanding businessman. His vision was very far-sighted, and he was deeply liked by the people of Taru City. This way, there would be more business. On the rostrum, Demon General Arc Light was sitting in the center. Dragon Summoner Hillard was sitting beside him, his eyes flashing. The divine light in his eyes was constantly moving, as if he was looking for something in the crowd. Kitty was standing behind her father. She was also looking at the sea of people below. She had full confidence in Nianbing. Now, she was fantasizing about tasting the delicious food that Nianbing would make in the finals. Spirit Chef Na Yen was sitting at the edge of the rostrum, leisurely dozing off. Those high-ranking officials of Taru City and the gourmet specially hired by Hua Fatso were whispering anxiously, discussing who would be the final champion this time. Time passed by, and there was only an hour left before the start of the competition. At this time, Fatso, who was sweating profusely, had already changed into a new set of clothes and walked to the central round platform. The staff had also arranged all kinds of materials needed for the competition. The fat on Hua Fatso's face slightly trembled. He held a magic loudspeaker and said, "Everyone, Fatso is dying of exhaustion. Everyone, please be quiet. The finals will start in a while." Although Fatso has lost a few pounds of fat in the past 2 days, Fatso's mood is always excited. It is an honor for so many friends to support the Hua Long Cooking Competition organized by Fatso. Without your support, there would be no Hua Long today. All right, Fatso, let's not waste any more words. Before the competition starts, let's welcome the 10 contestants. First, let's welcome the only female contestant in the finals, Miss Momo. Following Hua Fatso's shout, Momo, who was still wearing a white chef's robe, slowly walked up to the stage. Her steps were light, and every movement looked very gentle. Although she couldn't be considered a beauty, she was the only female contestant in the finals of the Hua Long Cooking Competition. Immediately, she received a round of applause from the audience. Fatso smiled and said, "Miss Momo's cooking skills are exquisite, and she has received unanimous praise from the judges. I hope that she can create another good result in the competition. Miss Momo, do you have anything to say to everyone?" Momo smiled and shook her head. She walked to the kitchen table at the side and stood behind it. Hua Fatso smiled and said, "She's a girl, so of course she's a bit shy. All right, let's welcome the next contestant, little Tian. Tian." As he dragged out his last word, little Tian agilely stepped onto the rotating platform. Today he was wearing a warrior's outfit. It was also white, and he had broad shoulders and a thin waist. In addition to his handsome face and faint arrogance, he immediately received a round of cheers from the girls below the stage. Without waiting for Fatty Hua to open his mouth, he took the magic megaphone and said, "I am very honored to be able to enter the finals of this competition. Although this is what I have long expected, there is only one result that I am satisfied with in today's finals, and that is to be the champion. Second place is meaningless to me. I will show all my skills." The crowd's cheers weren't as enthusiastic as when Momo went up on stage. After all, everyone didn't like arrogant chefs. Lil Tian was just like Nianbing yesterday. Many people looked at him with disdain. Fatty Hua wasn't dissatisfied with Lil Tian's performance. To him, chefs with excellent cooking skills all had their own personalities. Only such chefs would not be mediocre. Next, under Hua Fatso's introduction, another 7 chefs went up on stage. They were all elites of the cooking world that had emerged from this competition. Just from their auras, they were already very different from the contestants in the semifinals. The 9 of them stood on the rotating platform as if they each had their own territory. No one gave in to their auras. Hua Fatso coughed and said, "All right, let's welcome the last contestant to enter the finals, Nianbing. Yesterday he gave me a great shock. That wonderful 6 filigree spiral pepper made me gasp in amazement. I hope that he can show us some magical cooking skills today. Let's welcome Chef Nguyen Bing. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone waited for Nguyen Bing to appear. However, there was no new figure at the entrance of the rotating platform. Hua Fatso revealed an awkward expression and said again, "Let's welcome Chef Nguyen Bing to the stage." After calling out again, there was still no sign of Nguyen Bing. Hua Fatso frowned and said loudly, "Is Chef Nguyen Bing here yet? If you don't go up on stage, it means that you have given up on this competition." He had already spent a lot of time introducing the top 9 chefs. Now, it was almost time for the competition to begin. At that moment, the west side of the Teru Plaza suddenly turned fiery red. Demon Marshal Gu Guang suddenly stood up. A layer of faint silver light flashed as he looked in the direction of the fiery red light. At that moment, Dragon's cry rang out. The sound shook the entire plaza and attracted the gazes of everyone. Instantly, a commotion broke out because no one knew what was happening there. At that moment, a ball of red light suddenly rose into the air. The shape of the red light was revealed. It turned out to be a giant dragon made of flames. The dragon was more than 10 meters long. Although it was made of flames, its head, body, and claws were very clear. The loud and clear dragon roar came from its mouth. The sudden appearance of this magnificent scene shocked everyone present. Demon Marshal Gu Guang was startled. Was this a troublemaker? Looking at the appearance of this fire dragon, it should be at least a spell of rank 8 or above. It was actually a magic shooter. There were many people in the plaza. Once this kind of high-level spell exploded, it would definitely cause countless casualties. As the commander of the Northeast Field Army, Gu Guang didn't dare to be negligent. If something happened in the Teru Plaza, even he couldn't bear the responsibility. Just as he was about to use his Do Chi to destroy the fire dragon, Hillard pressed down on his shoulder. "Don't worry. That's not an enemy. It's Nguyen Bing. Look at the dragon's head." After listening to Hillard's words, Gu Guang noticed that there was a person standing on the dragon's head. He was wearing ordinary clothes, had long blonde hair, and a handsome face. It was Nguyen Bing who entered the finals of the Hualong culinary competition with 6 strands spiral pepper yesterday. Seeing this, Gu Guang couldn't help but be surprised. "Isn't he a chef? How did he become a magician?" Hillard said indifferently, "The last time I saw him, he was a great magician. However, although his magic has improved, it's impossible for him to reach the realm of a magic shooter so quickly. Although this fire dragon looks gorgeous, it's just a little clever in the control of magic. Its real rank is only rank 6. I haven't seen him for more than half a year. This kid's tricks are much more than before." Kitty's beautiful big eyes were like stars. "Wow, Brother Nguyen Bing is so handsome. This magic is great. Daddy, when can my little stutter use it? I want a dragon too." Hillard smiled and said, "You little girl, now you know the consequences of not working hard. If you want to have your own dragon, you need to reach a higher level of strength. It's not something that can be obtained by just talking. Do you understand? Unless your mental strength is more than 60% of mine, I won't let you try to control your little stutter. A dignified dragon was actually given such a name by you. Sigh." While they were talking, Nguyen Bing had already arrived at the top of the round platform under the escort of the huge fire dragon. Nguyen Bing stood on the dragon's back with her hands behind her back. Hua Fatso nodded and said, "I'm sorry, there are too many people outside. I had to use this method to come in." After all, Hua Fatso was a person who had seen the world. After a short moment of surprise, he immediately smiled and said, "So you're not only a chef, but also a powerful magician. This is the first time I've seen such a strange combination of professions. Since you're already here, let's prepare for the competition." Under the control of Nguyen Bing's mental strength, the fire dragon lowered its big head and sent her directly to the round platform. The scorching air completely disappeared the moment Nguyen Bing stepped on the round platform. The fire dragon turned into sparks and was blown away by the wind. The blonde Nian Bing didn't say anything more and went directly to the last kitchen table. The whole scene became more lively because of the appearance of Nian Bing's appearance. Fire was the most revered magic element in the Huarong Empire. The gorgeous fire dragon ignited the atmosphere of the whole arena. All kinds of cheers sounded one after another. After all, how many people could see that the fire dragon was strong in appearance, but weak in reality like Hillard? Didn't Nian Bing have the ability to use the true fire dragon? Of course not. Having reached the level of Archmage, he was already close to being able to control a spell of the 8th level, like the fire dragon. However, he was only using the fire dragon to send himself onto the stage, not to fight. The rational him would naturally prioritize conserving magic power. Since he could achieve the same effect, why waste so much? Little Tian and Momo, who were originally the most likely to win the competition, were completely suppressed by Nian Bing. It was quite a coincidence. Nian Bing was standing between Momo and little Tian. Nian Bing smiled in a friendly manner, while little Tian's eyes were filled with a challenging flame. Nian Bing looked at little Tian and smiled. "Do you still think you can beat me now?" Little Tian coldly said, "Why not? Although the fire magic you know is very beneficial to your cooking, that doesn't mean that your cooking is better than mine. Let's see who's better." "There's no point in saying anything now." Nian Bing smiled. "Is that what you think? Very well. I would also like to know what you are relying on. Let's see if you surprise me more. Or if I surprise you more." The competition had yet to begin. The rotating platform was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Hua Fatso chuckled. He looked at Nian Bing and then at little Tian. In his heart, these two were rising stars in the cooking world. In this competition, the strongest person representing the Hua Long restaurant was Momo. Fatty Hua had originally hoped that Momo could get first place to show the prestige of the Hua Long restaurant. However, he had a better plan now. Nian Bing and little Tian were top-notch chefs with real skills. As long as he could recruit one of them, it would be much better than those who had a false reputation. After coughing, Hua Fatso loudly said through the magic loudspeaker, "All right, it's about time. I've already announced the rules. The finals will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage will be held in the morning, the second stage will be held in the afternoon, and the last stage will be held in the evening. If everyone is hungry, my Hua Long restaurant has prepared some simple food and water for everyone. I'll only charge you the cost price. You can go and buy them. I, Hua Fatso, will definitely not make a profit at this time." As soon as he said that, the audience cheered. Even if it was ordinary food, the Hua Long restaurant's food was definitely better than the food outside. Nian Bing looked at Hua Fatso and thought to herself, "This guy is really talented. It would be a waste if he didn't go into diplomacy." Smiling slightly, Hua Fatso said, "Don't be so polite, everyone. This is what I should do. In the first stage of the competition, the judges will decide the main ingredient and the 10 finalists will cook it. Now I'll announce the main ingredient, that is." At this point, he paused for a moment and continued, "Watermelon." Watermelon not only shocked the audience, but also the chefs on the stage could not help but be surprised. No one thought that these judges would come up with such a strange main ingredient. Watermelon contains a lot of water and is the most common ingredient for fruit plates. It is cool and juicy, tastes sweet, and has the effect of relieving summer heat. However, it seems that it is not so easy to cook with watermelon. While the chefs were in the process of thinking, the competition staff had already brought the main ingredient. It was really difficult for Hua Fatso. The 10 watermelons of the 10 chefs were almost the same size, and there was no difference. Nian Bing lowered her head to look at the watermelons, and then looked at Hua Fatso. She knew that these watermelons were not only the same size, but also the same degree of ripeness. Only in this way could the fairness of the competition be seen. Little Tian held his own watermelon and kept throwing it up, but his eyes fell on Nian Bing. He said with some schadenfreude, "So what if you're a magician? I want to see how you apply fire magic on a fireproof watermelon. Nian Bing looked at her own watermelon and stroked the even tiger skin pattern with her hand. She said indifferently, "You don't care about what's going on outside and only focus on writing. You'd better take care of yourself." Gotcha! There was already an impatient chef who cut his own watermelon in half. Nian Bing's eyes swept over and saw that the watermelon that was cut was just right. It was red and black and had a sweet smell. It was indeed a good watermelon. Since the finals were split into 3 stages, it was obvious that the final champion would be decided by the sum of the results of the 3 stages. This was the first round, and no matter what, she had to take the initiative. Since that was the case, she could not hide her abilities. At the thought of this, Nian Bing carefully placed the watermelon in front of him and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, everything around him was completely filtered out by his spiritual power. Not a single noise could affect his mood at all. Fatso Hua had already returned to the rostrum when Nian Bing and Little Tian were arguing. Now, there were only the MC and the 10 chefs on the round stage. 7 of the 10 top chefs were busy. They were either cutting the watermelons, removing the seeds, or carving. In an instant, the round stage was bustling with activity. The 3 people who did not move were Nian Bing, Little Tian, and Momo. Little Tian and Momo were carefully looking at their own watermelons. As the main ingredient of the first round, they cleverly chose to observe it carefully before cooking. Only Nian Bing's expression was the strangest. She gently pressed her hands on both sides of the watermelon and closed her eyes. No one knew what she was doing. Her mental power covered the entire watermelon like an eye. In an instant, Nian Bing's mental power was filled with a red color. It was the red color of the watermelon. Under the effect of her mental power, she could not hear anything other than the sound of the watermelon. She could only slowly spin the watermelon in her hands and use her mental power to carefully investigate. What she needed now was to understand everything that she needed. That was because she could not make any mistakes in the control of her cooking skills. This required that not only did she have to be completely clear about the texture of the watermelon, she also had to understand the invisible watermelon inside. To an ordinary person, this was naturally impossible. However, Nian Bing's mental power was so strong that it far surpassed that of an ordinary sorcerer. This was not difficult for her, but she had to constantly strive for perfection. She could not be careless. Among the 3 of them, Momo was the first to move. A small and exquisite carving knife appeared in her nimble hands. The snow-floating heavenly spirit hands was equally magical when it came to carving. Complex patterns gradually appeared on the watermelon that she kept spinning. Chapter 88. Not long after Momo started, Little Tian started as well. His watermelon was split into 8 portions by the illusion. The complicated movements were done with great ease in his hands. When he started cooking, he no longer paid attention to Nian Bing. He was completely focused on his own cooking. However, even after the other 9 chefs started cooking, Nian Bing still maintained her original position. Her eyes were still closed as she slowly spun the watermelon in her hands. With watermelon as the main ingredient, most of the chefs chose to stir-fry it. After all, the fruit platter was simply too ordinary. In order to win by surprise, Little Tian's cooking method naturally took advantage of the situation. Time slowly passed. The audience below the stage was completely silent. They stared at the 10 chefs on the rotating platform, especially Nian Bing, who appeared as a fire dragon. However, they were gradually disappointed. The platform spun round and round, but Nian Bing still didn't do anything. From the audience, it seemed like she was sleeping while standing. The time limit for cooking didn't change. Every competition had a time limit of 2 hours. After 2 hours passed, almost half of the chefs had finished their work. However, Nian Bing was still standing there. Little Tian had already finished his dish. He let out a long breath and looked at the work in his hands with satisfaction. He was filled with confidence. Under the pressure of Nian Bing's appearance, he displayed his culinary skills. During the process of cooking, he used more than 10 exquisite techniques. He was very confident that he could win. He turned his head to look at Nianbing. He wanted to see what this magic chef had done. When he saw that Nianbing was still standing there, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why wasn't she moving? What was she thinking? As a top-grade chef, he naturally knew that Nianbing couldn't be sleeping at this time. However, even if she was observing the ingredients, she was still taking too long. Just as little Tian was puzzled, Nianbing finally moved. Her eyes slowly opened, revealing 2 cold lights. When that beautiful blue light jumped into her hand, little Tian couldn't help but tremble. He involuntarily cried out, "Ghost carving, godly saber!" The ghost eagle kept jumping between Nianbing's 5 fingers, but he was not in a hurry to cut. His left hand rested on the watermelon, and the ghost eagle in his right hand flicked lightly. A plate with a diameter of 1.5 feet appeared on the board. He raised his left hand. The moment the watermelon was placed on the plate, the bottom of the watermelon was cut off by Nianbing so that it could rest steadily on the plate. Then 9 small cups of water were picked up by Ghost Condor and placed evenly around the watermelon. The distance between each cup was exactly the same. With a faint smile, Nianbing's eyes shone brightly. "Little Tian, it's up to you. I want you to be convinced." The blue light kissed the watermelon. This time, Nianbing didn't use his exquisite carving method, but the penetrating knife method. Every time the ghost eagle stretched out and retracted, it would move the watermelon and take out a watermelon seed. But it only left a small mark on the watermelon. Strangely, there was no watermelon juice flowing out of the small holes. As the watermelon seeds jumped out of the plate one by one, little Tiandi's face became more and more dignified. He racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out how Nianbing knew where those watermelon seeds were inside the watermelon. It was simply amazing. The ghost eagle kept hovering in Nianbing's palm. It kept rotating around the watermelon at a seemingly slow speed. Every movement of Nianbing made the watermelon tremble slightly. But from the surface, there was no change. However, the watermelon didn't change at all. A clear chant rang out from Nianbing's mouth. His movements gradually became faster as he chanted, "Ghost bewildering moon, Ice Valley shatters." Carving into a jade-green phoenix return. Divine music song clear sound. The sound of the knife moves the clouds and startles the birds. It was still the ghost eagle divine knife for universe as the head of the chant, but it was completely different from before. The rain dragon dance knife technique performed by the ghost eagle could become the #1 knife in the cooking world, not only because it could carve a real dragon, but also because its subtlety was extensive and profound, and it could be applied to every field of cooking. What Nianbing was performing at this time was another form of the rain dragon dance knife technique. This was studied by Cha Ji after he returned to the peach blossom forest. Compared to before, its subtlety was much better. Little Tian was stunned. Of course, he had heard of the rain dragon dance knife technique, but this was the first time he saw it. On the rostrum, the god of spiritual cooking, who had been lazy, stood up excitedly. His body was trembling slightly, and he muttered to himself, "It appeared again. Did it appear again? The ghost eagle, it's really the ghost eagle. Dragon, mist, dance, saber technique. Old ghost, I didn't expect you to have taught such an outstanding disciple. So what if the lotus root is broken and the thread is still connected? This is a true divine saber. Old ghost, you have suppressed us all our lives, and now you have taught such an abnormal disciple. The world has really changed. These young children are much more talented than us at that time." Along with the last word of the chant, Nianbing fiercely raised the knife. When the ghost eagle reached the highest point in the right hand, it disappeared in an instant and everything returned to calm. Watermelon, it was that watermelon. If one didn't look carefully, it didn't seem to have changed, but everything was over. Nianbing was the last to finish, but only a few people could see that he had finished. 10 dishes with watermelon as the main ingredient were placed on the chef's cooking tables. Hua Fatso, Nayen, Hillard, Kitty, and the judges went on stage one after another. The MC announced the judging process. First, the chefs would describe the characteristics of their dish, and then the judges would taste it. In the end, the judges would determine the scores. The judges would use stars as the score, and 10 stars was the full score. They would proceed according to the order of the judges. The first one to describe was Momo. Nian Bing placed his hand on the watermelon in front of him, which hadn't changed its shape, and carefully listened to her description. The MC indicated that Momo could start and handed the magic loudspeaker to her. Momo took the magic loudspeaker and smiled calmly. My dish is called Emerald Crystal Cage, and it uses watermelon as the main ingredient. I first removed the dark green outer layer of the watermelon, turning it white. Then, I carved a simple carving of the Hua Long restaurant on it. I started from a third of the watermelon, then dug out the seeds and carefully hollowed out the inside of the watermelon. At this moment, the entire outer layer of the watermelon looks completely transparent. From the outside, you can see the changes in color inside. It looks like a crystal. After removing the seeds, I cut the watermelon into strips and wrapped them in egg yolks to keep the water in. Then, I soaked them in coconut juice. The taste of watermelon is very pure, and there are very few ingredients that can match it. Coconut juice is one of the few ingredients that can complement the watermelon. After soaking them for a while, I heated up the pot and added water. I dipped the watermelon strips in some batter and cooked them. During the cooking process, I used all kinds of supplementary ingredients to make the juice. When the batter wrapped around the watermelon strips was cooked, I directly poured it into the outer layer of the watermelon. Then, I poured the thick juice on top of the watermelon and covered the watermelon. From the outside, this dish looks like a crystal ball, and the watermelon inside looks like a jade under the contrast of the vegetable juice. That's why I named it Emerald Crystal Cage. This dish is mainly fresh and sweet, and with the fragrance of the watermelon, it can suit the tastes of people of any age. Judges, please taste it. Looking at the crystal ball in front of Momo that looked like white jade, it was hard to imagine that Tsengqing was a watermelon. Nian Bing exclaimed in his heart. Just this idea alone was already very original. Although Momo made it sound simple, the technique required to make this dish was very high. Just the almost transparent carving on the watermelon surface already required very high craftsmanship. Furthermore, when the interior was hollowed out, it had to be evenly balanced. If it wasn't for the fact that she was extremely skilled, it would have been very easy for her to dig out the watermelon shell. Momo made it sound very simple, but Nian Bing thought that she must have used some special techniques and ingredients during the process of making the juice. If not, the juice wouldn't have a jade green color. The combination of juice and watermelon was a very good idea, but she didn't know how it would taste. The judges all looked at Momo with praise. Momo personally opened the watermelon shell and invited them to taste it. A look of praise appeared on the face of one of the judges. Demon General Arclight smiled and said, "The taste is not bad. It's very special and very unique. I think it can get full marks." His words immediately gained the approval of the others, and the judges all nodded. Kitty slipped to Nian Bing's side and whispered, "Big brother Nian Bing, the food that sister made is really delicious. It has a light fragrance and a faint sweetness. It's very comfortable when you eat it. You have to work hard." Wait. Little Tian suddenly stood up and looked at Momo's dish. "I think that it's a bit early for the judges to make a decision." Demon General Arclight's gaze landed on little Tian's face. "Oh, are you saying that Miss Momo's dish isn't enough to get 10 stars? Little Tian shook her head and said calmly, "I didn't taste it, so I can't judge how good Miss Momo's skills are. However, if the judges are in a hurry to give a score, it's unfair to the chefs behind us. After all, the highest score is 10 stars. If Miss Momo gets such a score, then even if the chefs behind her surpass her in terms of skill, They can only tie in terms of points. This is unfair. I hope that the judges can give their comments after tasting the dishes made by all the chefs. Only then can it be considered a public treat. Her words were firm and powerful. What she said was the loophole in the judging. The judges looked at each other and didn't know how to decide. After all, what little Tian said was reasonable. Demon General Arclight turned to Hua Fatso and said, "Do you think that the judging rules need to be changed?" Before Hua Fatso could say anything, Spirit Chef Nayen, who had been silent all this time, said, "I think that the rules need to be changed. Chef Little Tian's words are reasonable. We can change it according to his words." Arclight turned to Momo and said, "Miss Momo, what do you think?" Momo smiled and said, "Little Tian is right. This change is very suitable. I think that his suggestion is very good. This will be fair to all the chefs." Arclight smiled and said, "All right, then it's decided. After we judge the other 9 chefs' dishes, we will give a final score. Little Tian, it's your turn next." Momo handed the magic loudspeaker in her hand to Little Tian. Little Tian revealed a confident smile and said, "The most outstanding part of my dish is its fragrance. It's called jade fragrance. Everyone, please take a look." As he said that, he pointed at the plate in front of him. On the plate, there was a white cube. It indeed looked like a jade. It was a watermelon rind with its green outer layer removed. If one looked carefully, they could see that the half-foot square white jade was pieced together by many small pieces. However, there weren't any gaps between them. Red light flowed within the white jade as if there was something inside. The surface of the white jade was sparkling and translucent, reflecting a dazzling luster under the sunlight. Little Tian Hui smiled and said, "Everyone should be able to see that this cube of mine is made from 14 pieces of watermelon rind. The rind itself is edible. After being processed by my special pearl, it became even crisper. Inside the watermelon rind, I hollowed out the rind. Then I used watermelon rind as the main ingredient and poured it into the rind. Finally, I sealed the rind of the watermelon rind and piled it together to form this jade fragrance. I won't introduce too much. Judges, please taste it. I believe that this dish won't disappoint you." After saying that, he passed the magic loudspeaker to the MC at the side. He stood with his hands behind his back and didn't say anything else. His gaze met with Nian Bing, as if he was asking, "Can you compare to me?" Nian Bing's expression didn't change, but her heart was in turmoil. On the surface, many people might think that little Tian's method of hollowing out the rind of the watermelon rind was very difficult, especially when he had to seal it up neatly. However, Nian Bing understood that the crux of this dish was the juice inside each piece of watermelon rind. Since little Tian said that this dish was mainly fragrant, then the juice made from the rind of the watermelon rind would definitely have a fragrant characteristic. How did he do it? What could be mixed with the watermelon rind without affecting the taste of the watermelon and instead make it even more fragrant? While Nian Bing was deep in thought, the judges had already taken action. Just as little Tian had said, every watermelon strip could be seen flashing with a red light. When the demon martial Arclight was the first to bite through a watermelon strip, a thick aroma immediately filled the rotating platform. The thick aroma contained the sweetness of the watermelon, but the aroma was even thicker. Nian Bing sniffed hard and quickly identified the various seasonings in her heart. Very soon she understood. She raised her head to look at little Tian and nodded at him. "It smells so good." Kitty's beautiful moan seemed to have said the thoughts of all the judges. The crisp and refreshing watermelon rind and the warm and fragrant juice caused little Tian's dish to become almost perfect. After a while, every judge, including the spirit chef, revealed an intoxicated expression. In reality, when Nian Bing identified the contents of the watermelon rind, he already knew that little Tian had surpassed Momo. Although the main ingredient in the watermelon rind was the rind of the watermelon, the true source of the fragrance was the yolk of the salted duck egg. The yolk of the salted duck egg had always been a very fragrant food, but when it was still raw, it was in a liquid state like a normal egg yolk. Only after it was cooked and turned into a solid state would its fragrance be released. However, little Tian had used the yolk of the salted duck egg to make this dish. Although Nian Bing understood the basic principles of this dish, he knew that he couldn't do it. Just not turning the salted duck egg from a liquid state to a solid state was something that Nian Bing couldn't do. At that moment, every single one of the judges understood what little Tian meant. Indeed, no matter how they looked at it, his dish was better than Momo's. Next, the other 7 chefs introduced their dishes one by one. However, compared to Momo and little Tian, whether it was in terms of creativity or taste, they were much inferior. After the judges walked around the rotating table, they finally arrived in front of Nianbing. After seeing the beautiful dishes made by the first 9 chefs, when they saw the watermelon in Nianbing's hands, they couldn't help but reveal curious expressions. Because of the 6 shredded spiral pepper yesterday, this time, no one dared to look down on Nianbing, especially when he used the beautiful fire dragon magic to get on the stage. That scene became the focus of this competition. The MC passed the magic loudspeaker to Nianbing. He looked at the watermelon in his hands in confusion and said, "Chef Nianbing, please start your introduction." Nianbing smiled faintly and said through the magic loudspeaker, "Actually, there's nothing much to introduce about this dish of mine. Perhaps they've seen how I made it. When I made this dish, I didn't use any seasoning. I believe that watermelons are the best of the best fruits, and no other fruit can have the characteristics of watermelons. Therefore, with watermelons as the main dish, there's no need for other ingredients to complement it. Since watermelon is used to make a fruit platter, it should be used as such. Why should I spend so much effort to cook it? There's nothing much to introduce about my dish. Please take a look. The name of this dish is Phoenix Blood Juice." As he spoke, he let go of his left hand that was pressing on the watermelon and lifted the plate. The watermelon was naturally in the center of the plate that was 1/2 foot in diameter. Around the watermelon were 9 cups. The distance between each cup was exactly the same. However, was this a dish? Just as everyone was still in doubt, a voice suddenly rang out. The watermelon on the plate suddenly moved on its own. 9 thin watermelon shreds fell down and landed in the 9 cups. Immediately after, those shreds of watermelon gradually turned red. A drop of bright red juice slid down the shreds of watermelon into the cups. Perhaps the audience below couldn't see clearly, but the judges on the stage were shocked, including Spirit Chef Na Yen. No one understood what Nianbing had done. The red watermelon juice flowed down the shreds of watermelon into the cups. As more and more juice filled the cups, the watermelon began to emit a slight cracking sound. It was like an egg that was about to hatch. The sound was fine and crisp. There wasn't the slightest pause. Just when everyone was shocked to the point they were unable to close their mouths, a change suddenly occurred. The clearly visible cracks on the watermelon suddenly emitted a faint golden radiance. Suddenly, a dazzling golden radiance rose from the watermelon and shot into the sky. At this moment, no one was able to see clearly what was happening in front of them. The watermelon that Nianbing was holding was like the sun, emitting an abnormally strong luster. It was a holy aura, a gentle aura, and a dense fragrance that seemed to bring people to the fields. That refreshing and ice-cold feeling refreshed the heart and mind, and it was so comfortable. Finally, the golden radiance gradually dimmed. Only the plate was still covered by a layer of golden light, preventing people from seeing what was happening inside. Nianbing waved her right hand, and the golden light disappeared in an instant. Cries of surprise rang out, because everyone discovered that in the center of the plate there was actually a vivid and lifelike fire phoenix spreading its wings. At the phoenix's feet, there were pieces of flame-shaped carvings. It looked so mystical. An ice-cold aura pervaded the air. The fire phoenix that was sparkling like agate seemed to be alive, faintly fluctuating with the circulation of the halo. Nian Bing placed the plate in front of everyone. Please have a taste. Phoenix blood juice. Arclight was the first to pick up the cup. He took a deep look at Nian Bing and lightly drank a mouthful of the juice. Immediately, an indescribable sweetness mixed with ice-cold aura penetrated his lungs and spread to every corner of his body. At this moment, the pores on his skin opened up. Arclight shivered, and an abnormally comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. He couldn't wait to finish the entire cup of watermelon juice in one gulp. The holy aura nourished his body, and the blood in his meridians seemed to flow more smoothly. It was so comfortable, as if he had been baptized by light magic. His mental state immediately reached its peak. The 9 kinds of delicacies that he had tasted before had completely faded away at this moment. His mind was only filled with the gorgeous fire phoenix in front of him. Subconsciously, Arclight exclaimed in admiration. Good phoenix blood juice. Nian Bing, I'm really curious. Although I know that you used magic in this dish, what kind of magician are you? The appearance of the fire dragon, the carving of the watermelon, and the baptism of light magic just now. All these shouldn't appear on the same person at the same time. Nian Bing faintly smiled. There are many miraculous aspects of magic that we are still unable to comprehend. This is only a dish. There aren't as many mysteries as you said. Actually, this dish of his couldn't be considered as a very amazing dish. It was only a watermelon juice that was infused with light aura. However, Spirit Chef Nayan had once said that a dish had 5 aspects: color, aroma, taste, meaning, and shape. When one of those aspects reached an unimaginable realm, even if the other aspects were lacking, it could be completely made up for. Nian Bing's phoenix blood juice had already reached the pinnacle in color, taste, and shape. Its aroma and taste were also not bad. Adding on the miraculous effects of magic, it naturally received the praise of the judges. No one felt that this dish was ordinary. Little Tian walked to Nian Bing's side. He said in a low voice, "Why do you have so many elements of magic? Using magic to cook. This must be your unique skill. However, I am very suspicious of the effects of magic on cooking. Other than being gorgeous, what else can it do? I lost the first round, but not because of your magic, but because of the continent's #1 knife technique, Rain Dragon Dance. However, the same thing won't happen again." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "I will show you the effects of magic on culinary skills. Your cooking skills are not bad, but if you want to win against me, your performance just now is not enough." He understood little Tian's current feelings. If one wasn't a real magician, they would definitely not be able to feel the effects of magic on cooking. It wasn't just gorgeous. Magic could play an extremely important role in all aspects of cooking. Just now, Nian Bing had used a lightning-fast technique to remove the watermelon seeds. This was the effect of spiritual energy. Without the miraculous use of spiritual energy, how could he detect the position of every watermelon seed? The results of the competition were quickly announced. It was just as Nian Bing and little Tian had deduced from their conversation. Nian Bing obtained a full score of 10 stars, while little Tian obtained 9 stars and Momo obtained 8 stars. They were the top 3 of the first round of the competition. In order to allow the chefs to perform better, the second round of the competition would be held in the afternoon. The 10 chefs went down the stage one by one. Under the guidance of the staff, they went to the resting area to rest. The second round of the competition would be held in the afternoon. The resting area had all kinds of the best equipment. Every chef in the finals had a comfortable sofa to rest on. All kinds of snacks and drinks were provided. Nian Bing, come out for a moment. Nian Bing sat down in the resting area. Before she could sit down properly, she was called out by the spirit chef, Nayan. "Senior, are you looking for me?" Nian Bing smiled at Nayan. She had a lot of respect for the senior in the cooking world. Na Yan nodded and said, Nian Bing, how is your master? Originally, when I first saw you, I could tell that you were Old Ghost's disciple. However, I wasn't completely sure. Today, you used the Rain Dragon's dance, allowing me to see Old Ghost's unique skill. Even Old Ghost had never used the watermelon carving before. It seems like you've already surpassed him. Nian Bing lowered his head and said dejectedly, No, my culinary skills are far inferior to my master's. I only had a slight advantage because of my magic. If I hadn't frozen the watermelon pulp beforehand, I wouldn't have been able to carve it like that. In terms of culinary experience, I can't compare to seniors like you. I still have a long way to go. As for that senior Yen, my master passed away half a year ago. Na Yan's body shook. What? You said Old Ghost is dead? How could that be? That's impossible. Old Ghost's body is the best among us. How could he die? Nian Bing let out a long sigh. Everyone has to die. When Master lost the bet, he severed the tendons in his hands and legs. The impact on his body was not as heavy as the impact on his mind. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to bear it. When I finished my craft, Master passed away. He passed away very peacefully. Perhaps it was because he had already passed down his skills. Dead, Old Ghost actually died just like that. It seems like us old fellows are really gradually withdrawing from the stage of history. The future of the cooking world will belong to you youngsters. All right, you should go and rest. I'm leaving. Na Yan left. His back seemed a little bleak. When he left, the deep sadness in his eyes made Nian Bing think of everything that happened in Jiaji. Master, oh Master, you have so many good friends who miss you. Why did you have to live in seclusion? If you could have maintained a better mood, perhaps you wouldn't have passed away so early. Big brother Nian Bing, you're amazing. Kitty jumped out of nowhere and giggled. She came to Nian Bing's side and held his big hand. Her eyes were full of excitement. Seeing Kitty, Nian Bing's heavy mood suddenly eased a lot. How is it? Is the watermelon juice good? Kitty shouted and giggled. Of course it's good, but it's too little. Big brother Nian Bing, next time you make it for pineapple, okay? Nian Bing smiled. Of course it's good. Kitty, you should go back. Don't make Senior, she whined anxious. He didn't want Kitty to be reprimanded by Hillard because of him. Kitty giggled and said, Of course it's good, but it's too little. Big brother Nian Bing, next time you make it for Kitty, okay? Nian Bing smiled. Of course it's good. Kitty, you should go back. Don't make Senior, she whined anxious. He didn't want Kitty to be reprimanded by Hillard because of him. Kitty nodded obediently and said, Big brother, you must win the next 2 games. Kitty will cheer for you. Nian Bing smiled. I'll do that. But if you're willing to give your pets to me to make ingredients, maybe I'll have a better chance of winning. Kitty was shocked. Seeing Nian Bing's strange smile, she realized that she had been fooled. Big brother Nian Bing, you're so bad. Don't keep thinking about other people's pets. They're all good. I'm leaving. After Kitty left, Nian Bing returned to the lounge. The other 9 chefs didn't talk to each other and did their own things. Nian Bing was also happy to be idle. He sat in his seat and entered a half-meditative state. The pursuit of magic was what he desired most now. He didn't want to waste any time. Hillard and Kitty were invited by Arclight to rest in the barracks. Sitting in the comfortable carriage, Hillard closed his eyes and thought about the appearance of Nian Bing's dish. At first, he thought that Nian Bing was just a great magician. However, when the light shone, he realized that he had underestimated Nian Bing. Magicians with the same origin of ice and fire were extremely rare. How could he have the power of light? What was going on? Should he act according to the original plan and make him unable to come into contact with his daughter? Just as Hillard was deep in thought, Demon Marshal Arclight spoke. Although his soft voice sounded very comfortable, it was hard for a man to accept such a voice. Old Shi, what do you think of that chef called Nian Bing? You're an expert in magic. How could he have 3 types of magic? Is there a magician on the continent who can cast 3 types of magic at the same time? It can't be that bad. In my opinion, he should be a fire mage. As for ice and light magic, he should be using magic scrolls to cast them. Chapter 89. Hillard smiled and said, Arclight, you are wrong this time. You don't have to beat around the bush. I did know him before, and so did Kitty. He is a magician of the same origin of ice and fire. He is very talented in magic and has reached the realm of a great magician at a young age. As for the light magic he used, it is like you said. It is very likely that he used a magic scroll. However, even with my spiritual power, I didn't feel too much spiritual fluctuation when he used magic. If he used a scroll, his movements seemed to be too subtle. Arclight smiled and said, It's good that you know each other. Old She, are you familiar with him? You know that my Northeast Army lacks mages the most. Apart from the Central Army, which is directly recruited by the state, the other armies all recruit mages on their own. The Central Army's Mage Legion is really enviable. That old rogue's appeal is very strong. Now, I only have about 20 mages on my side and only 1 archmage. Their strength is uneven. If possible, I hope to recruit more mages into the Legion, and we can discuss the benefits. Do you think you can help me with this? Hillard glared at him and said, Help you? Stop dreaming. I am not familiar with Nianbing at all. Also, don't forget that he is a chef. If you have the ability, go and recruit him yourself. However, I don't care who you recruit, but don't think about us white people. We summoners will never join any country's army. Arclight smiled and said, You don't have to be so heartless. After all, we are friends. You have so many people. How good would it be if you are willing to join the army? Report. A loud shout came from outside the carriage. Arclight's face became serious and said, Speak. Reporting to Marshall, there is a group of people outside the city. It is said that they are from the Ice Moon Empire who came to our country to participate in the new magician competition. There are more than 20 of them, including guards. It is said that they are led by the 7th prince of the Ice Moon Empire, Yen Feng. Are they allowed to enter our country? Arclight hesitated and said, They can enter our country. However, ask them to show their participation documents and then let them enter the city. Send our men to spy on them secretly if they do anything unusual. Report to me immediately. Yes, Lord Marshal. Kitty had fallen asleep while leaning against her father. Hillard looked at the arc of light and said, Is the 5 Nations New Mages competition about to start again? Why is it that the Prince of the Ice Moon Empire escorts the contestants? Arclight shook his head and said, I don't want to invite you. According to our information, the 7th Prince of the Ice Moon Empire has never been favored. He is obsessed with martial arts and is said to be very handsome. Seeing the faint evil aura on Arclight's face, Hillard shook his head helplessly. He said, She couldn't change this bad habit of hers. She even had to think about other people's princes. Arclight, you're not young anymore. Shouldn't you find a woman and start a family? Arclight said helplessly, Old She, you also know that I have no interest in women. Sai, why am I a man? I don't think I'll be able to change my sexual orientation for the rest of my life. You don't have to persuade me. I'm not the only child in our family. My parents have already given up on me. Well, if I have the chance, I want to meet this 7th prince. If only he was as handsome as Nianbing. However, Nianbing is not my style. That kind of handsome young man is the favorite of girls. I like manly men the most. Okay. If you continue, I'm going to throw up. You're the famous Nanjuhua. It's really unbearable to be with you. I'm warning you. Don't show such a lewd expression in front of my daughter in the future. Otherwise, I'll make it so that you can't even get a man. Hillard looked at the arc of light with disgust and reprimanded him angrily. Arclight snorted and said gently and evilly, Old She, I'm afraid that other than His Majesty, you're the only one who dares to call me Nanjuhua in front of me. Hillard rolled his eyes and said, You don't have to threaten me. When you're strong enough to reach the level of God tier, you can find me for revenge. Don't forget that you lost to me a few times. Arclight said dejectedly, Okay, I'll admit defeat. Damn it. Other than that perverted ice goddess priestess, you're the only one on the continent that I really admire. I, Arclight, have lived for 38 years, and I lost the most miserably when I competed with you. Your spiritual magic is too perverted. Coupled with your dragon summoning technique, who can compete with you? If you have the ability, then go and get a woman with my ice goddess priestess. I heard that she's still an old virgin. If you can get her, I, Arclight, will be willing to do anything for you. Maybe it was because Arclight's voice was a little louder. Kitty woke up from her sleep. Little snake, what are you doing? Getting a girlfriend? Who do you want to get a girlfriend with? Arclight was suddenly speechless by Kitty's question. He hurriedly covered it up and said, Nothing. I just told your father that someone from the Ice Moon Empire came to Huarong to participate in the new magician competition. Hearing this, Kitty's eyes lit up. A magician competition? I want to participate too. Dad, let me participate, okay? Hillard frowned and said, Kitty, don't mess around. That's not something you can participate in. You have to represent the country. Also, do you think this is child's play? With your current level, you can't even compare to a grand magician. You still want to participate in the magician competition? After the finals of the Tianhua Dragon Culinary Competition is over, you'll come home with me and continue to practice your magic. When you have some achievements, I'll consider whether to bring you out to play. You little girl, you're just too curious. As he said that, he glared at Arclight. Outside Taru City, after showing their credentials for the competition, a group of 20 people from the Ice Moon Empire entered Taru City in 3 carriages. At the front of the group was a tall white horse. Yen Feng, who was wearing silver armor, looked very handsome riding on the horse. His face was still emitting a cold aura. His expression was very calm and there was no emotion in his eyes. Behind him, there were 6 fully armed warriors and 3 carriages. There were also 10 guards around the carriages. The group entered the city in a grandiose manner. When he first entered Taru City, Yen Feng was surprised to find that this seemingly bustling city didn't have as many people as he imagined. Looking around, there were very few people on the streets. Even the shops on both sides of the road were mostly closed. Man, why is Taru City so quiet? A knight hurriedly urged his horse forward. He respectfully said, Your Highness, I'll go and investigate. Our country has a secret in here. For safety reasons, we'll stay there. As long as we pass through Taru Square, we'll arrive at the inn very quickly. Yen Feng nodded and said, Go and investigate first. See if there's any situation and quickly report back. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness. The knight replied and hurried off. Not long after, the knight quickly returned. Seeing Yen Feng's questioning gaze, he hurriedly said, Your Highness, it's like this. Taru City is holding some dragon culinary competition. The finals are next day, so most of the people have gone to Taru Square to watch the competition. Now there's a sea of people there. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to pass through. Your Highness, you see. Yen Feng looked back at the carriage behind him and said indifferently, We'll go and take a look. We'll temporarily rest outside Taru Square. After the competition is over, we'll pass through and find a place to stay. Sen, you two go and buy some clean and fresh food for Miss Bingyan and the priests. We'll gather at Taru Square. Yes. The 2 knights flew away. Yen Feng jumped down from his horse and walked to the second carriage. He said, Miss Bingyan, there's an important meeting in Taru City today. We may be late for a while before we can reach the accommodation. You can rest in the carriage for the time being. A heavenly voice sounded in the carriage. Everything will be decided by Your Highness. Bing Yin is well in the carriage. The voice coming from the carriage was so beautiful and moving. No music could compare to such a beautiful voice. Unfortunately, this voice was like ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. When it entered one's ears, it made one shiver. It was as if the person speaking had no emotions at all. Yan Feng furrowed his brows. He had no interest in women to begin with. In addition, this Lady Bingyan was even colder than him. Along the way, although he was in charge of escorting, the number of times he conversed with this Lady Bingyan was no more than 10. Every time, it was at most 3 sentences. He had already gotten used to it. Getting back on the horse, under Yan Feng's lead, the group of horses headed towards Teru Square. Other than simply eating, Nian Bing had been in a half-meditative state during the rest between the first and second matches. Finally, it was time for the second match. Nian Bing slowly opened his eyes and realized that little Tian was standing next to him. He stood up and looked at little Tian. "It's almost time, right?" Little Tian nodded and said, "The same luck won't befall you again. This time, I'll let you see absolute strength. The biggest reward for me in this competition is probably seeing your earth dragon, centipedes, dance, blade technique. I'll also let you see a good show in the second round." Nian Bing smiled. "Little Tian, do you know? If you can beat me, it'll be a good thing for me." After saying that, he walked out of the resting area. "Good thing?" Little Tian frowned. After a while, he muttered to himself, "Victory makes people proud. Defeat makes people improve." Maybe that's what he meant. So losing in the first round is a good thing for me? Nian Bing, have you never lost before? I haven't either. Let's have a good competition today and see who will be the final victor. Momo walked past little Tian and glanced at him. She smiled and said, "Don't be too stubborn. You're just too competitive. Nian Bing is right. Maybe losing is a good thing." Little Tian smiled. "I understand. However, losing is built on the foundation of using all my strength. If I can't win even after using all my strength, then I'll accept defeat. Let's see if Nian Bing has the ability to do so. Let's go. It's almost time." Nian Bing calmly stepped on the rotating platform and came to his kitchen. Suddenly, a familiar figure broke the peace in his heart. From afar, that person was sitting on a tall horse. His upper body was straight and he emitted a cold aura. It's him. Why did he come to the Huarong Empire? Nian Bing didn't have a bad impression of Yan Feng. However, he couldn't accept Yan Feng's strange hobbies. When Nian Bing saw Yan Feng naturally saw him on the platform. A rare smile appeared on his face. "Nian Bing, when I heard you were a chef, I didn't dare to believe it. It seems like it's true. Nian Bing, I haven't seen you in half a year. You seem to have become more handsome." When he said this, the cold expression on his face gradually melted. He looked at Nian Bing with a gentler gaze. Luckily, he was quite far away and Nian Bing couldn't see his expression. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the mood to continue the competition. However, although Nian Bing didn't see Yan Feng's expression clearly, he saw the 3 carriages behind him. There was something on the carriages that he was all too familiar with. It was the symbol of the ice flower. In the entire Yangon continent, only the Ice God Tower would use this symbol. Strong hatred instantly filled Nian Bing's heart. The kind and sad faces of his parents kept appearing in his mind. The people in the Ice God Tower were actually the Ice God's companions, who would be in the 3 carriages. At this moment, the carriage in the middle opened a gap. A clear and cold gaze instantly pierced through the distance of nearly a kilometer and met Nian Bing's eyes. Nian Bing's body shook. His spiritual energy fluctuated quickly. Although the cold pressure was a kilometer away, it didn't seem to weaken at all. Nian Bing only felt a chill in his heart. He hurriedly used his spiritual energy to resist the huge pressure. His expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. He lowered his head, no longer meeting the cold gaze. He was thinking about who was in the carriage. At this moment, his mood had stabilized. He could feel that the person in the carriage wasn't his archenemy, the priest of the ice goddess. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the spiritual pressure. After all, the priest of the ice goddess was a god-tier master. However, the person in the carriage gave him an unusually cold feeling. Although his aura wasn't as strong as the priest of the ice goddess, it was very similar. Who could come together with the seventh prince, Yen Feng. All right, after the first round in the morning, Chef Nian Bing is temporarily at the top of the list with 10 stars. We will immediately begin the second round of the test. This time, we will test each chef in turn. We have thought of all the questions in advance. There will be no similarities, so it will be absolutely fair. The drawing of lots will be based on the results of the first round. It will start in reverse order. Hua Fatso's words woke Nian Bing up from his thoughts. He was still in the middle of the competition. Everything could wait until the end of the competition. However, with the people of the Ice God Tower here, it seemed that he couldn't use his morning dew dagger. The competition will be held in reverse order? That meant that he was the last one. Little Tian and Momo were in front of him. At this time, the judges had already walked up to the high platform. Demon General Arc Light held a wooden box in his hands and walked in front of the chef who got 10th place in the morning's competition. That chef searched in the box for a long time before taking out a lot. Hua Fatso took the lot and showed the seal on the lot to the audience. Only then did he open the lot and say loudly, "This lot requires the chef who draws the lot to make a soup with mutton. No ingredients are allowed in the soup. The soup must be white in color at the end. The time limit is 1 hour." After hearing the question, that chef immediately moved and ran to the center of the rotating table to take out the mutton. After hearing the question, that chef immediately moved and ran to the center of the rotating table to take out the mutton. Demon General Arc Light walked in front of the second chef and let him continue to draw lots. The lot in the wooden box was very strange. They were all based on one or a few ingredients. Furthermore, there was a special cooking requirement that was done by the chefs. One of the chefs drew a lot and used green onions as the main dish. He was extremely unlucky. If the first round of the competition was a competition of strength, then in the second round of the competition, luck played an important role. After Momo finished drawing her lot, she went to make her dish. Next was Little Tian's turn. Little Tian didn't stop at all as she casually drew a lot and gave it to Fatty Hua. Fatty Hua also showed the seal on top of it and then read, "This lot requires the chef to use noodles as a dish and can be paired with any 4 types of side dishes. However, when the dish is completed, it cannot have the feeling of a main dish." Little Tian smiled faintly. It's simple. He glanced at Nian Bing before walking towards the various materials in the center. The last one was Nian Bing. Arc Light walked in front of Nian Bing and revealed a strange smile. He used his unique, gentle voice and said, "Nian Bing, you are currently first. Continue to work hard. And this young man is very handsome and his magic is good. He is a rare talent." Yes. Hearing Arc Light's voice, Nian Bing's heart tightened. Thinking about Yen Feng below the stage, she thought to herself, this can't be another chrysanthemum, right? He is one of the grand marshals of the Huarong Empire. While thinking, she hurriedly drew a lot faster than Little Tian and gave it to Hua Fatso. Then, she immediately retreated to the side and tried to keep her distance from Arc Light. Hua Fatso opened the lot. When he saw the contents of the lot, he couldn't help but smile strangely. "Nian Bing, maybe it's because you are strong. You have hit the jackpot this time. You actually drew the most difficult lot. But don't worry, we'll add a star to your score according to your final dish." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. I'm confident in my culinary skills. Please announce the content." Hua Fatso chuckled and said, "This lot requires the chef to use utensils to hold the dish. You are not allowed to use any utensils to cook. You can choose any ingredients. Now you can start. The time limit is also 1 hour." Hearing Hua Fatso's words, Nian Bing immediately realized that the lot to add a star was not easy to complete. No wonder he said this was the most difficult lot. To a chef, cooking without using any utensils was almost impossible. How could one cook without utensils? However, this may be difficult for others, but it was not difficult for Nian Bing. After thinking about it, she turned and walked towards the ingredients. The audience below the stage originally thought that Nian Bing had taken advantage of the situation. But when they heard the cooking requirement, they immediately revealed sympathetic expressions. If one cannot cook without utensils, then what was the point of adding a star? In the second carriage behind Yan Feng, there was a light sound of surprise. Obviously, the owner of the carriage also wanted to see how Nian Bing would cook without using utensils. Nian Bing chose 3 ingredients. They were fresh shrimp, crab, and a piece of beef. He did not choose any vegetables. She placed the 3 ingredients on the chopping board and turned her head to look at little Tian. When she saw little Tian's actions, she couldn't help but be shocked. Little Tian was kneading the dough. His movements were very slow, but his slow movements were abnormally strong. Looking at his kneading posture, Ling Yanbing couldn't help but think of camel chef Zixio's heavy eagle hand. Is he increasing the strength of the dough? What kind of method is he going to use to cook? Little Tian's actions suddenly changed while Nian Bing was feeling doubtful. He abruptly tossed the dough in his hand into the air. His arms hugged the dough in front of him, and his body rippled like water as he changed into an unusually gentle posture. When the dough landed, it actually floated in the air between his hands. Little Tian pushed his left palm forward while his right palm pulled back. The dough began to spin rapidly. The arrogance on little Tian's face had disappeared, and he had become unusually calm. His body continued to make all sorts of gentle postures, while the dough continued to dance between his hands. A faint yellow dough qi appeared around the dough, but the dough qi did not invade it. Instead, it continued to circulate as little Tian moved. Nian Bing's eyes widened. His hands, which were about to process his own materials, stopped. He stared unblinkingly at little Tian's hands. To him, even if he lost this competition, he had to see every single one of little Tian's actions clearly. This was because he had thought of a technique from little Tian's actions. It was the Yin-Yang Harmony Taiji hand, which was the best of the 7 great forbidden hands. The Taiji hand was the most mysterious of the 7 forbidden hands. It only appeared in legends. Even ghost chef Cha Ji, Nian Bing's master, had never seen it before. He had only read about it in books. However, even though it was just a legend, it was still ranked at the top of the 7 great forbidden hands. According to the legend, there was once a chef who only knew how to make steamed buns. His method of making steamed buns was the Taiji hand. The Taiji hand was not simply a method of processing ingredients. It was a cooking method in itself. When practiced to the extreme, one could even use the technique to cook ingredients. The taste contained within was incomparably strange. It was born from the Taiji hand and was endless. Even the best chefs would not be able to distinguish every taste of the Taiji hand's delicacies. Nian Bing's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He knew that he had already lost this competition. No matter how exquisite his magic was, under the premise of not using a few top-notch divine knives, he could not win against the top of the 7 great forbidden hands. However, he did not become dispirited because of this. After all, he was able to see the Taiji hand. To him, this was already a very wonderful thing. Little Tian's expression was still calm. His hands were like his expression. Every movement would make the dough gently rotate. Suddenly, his gentle hands fiercely pulled. A strand of dough flew out from the rapidly rotating dough and evenly spread out on the chopping board in front of him. At this time, the entire rotating platform was only left with the sound of breathing. Those who did not know the goods did not understand. But after all, there were still people who knew the goods. Demon Martial Arc Light at the side muttered to himself, "What is going on? Has the world changed?" A great magician and a martial expert did not join the army, but became a chef. This set of techniques is really good, using defense as offense, but I can't find a trace of weakness. Other than Nianbing, the other 9 chefs were busy. Little Tian's movements had already changed. The dough in his hands had completely turned into thin strands. He did not look at Nianbing, as if he did not feel Nianbing's gaze, and began the next step of the cooking process. Just when Nianbing was in a daze, a clear and melodious voice woke him up. "Big brother Nianbing, do your best!" Looking up on the rostrum, Kitty was excitedly waving at him. Nianbing clapped his hands. His spirit was instantly lifted. "What is wrong with me? The yin-yang harmony taiji hand is indeed wonderful, but it is not that I do not have the strength to resist. As long as I do my best, even if I lose, so what? Little Tian, I really did not misjudge you. I really did not expect that the long-lost taiji hand would appear in your hands. However, I will not admit defeat." Thinking of this, Nianbing also began to move. He quickly removed the shells of the prawns that he had prepared, used his fingers to remove the prawns, and used the strength of his hands to directly pinch the live crab. He took out the crab roe and crab meat and placed them together with the prawns. Then he placed the beef, prawns, and crab together and began his own actions. After a simple movement of his hands, Nianbing began to evenly pat the ingredients in front of him. At the beginning, the direction of his palm could be seen clearly, but as the speed increased, only the after-images of his palm could be seen on the kitchen table. Palm patting, palm cutting, back hitting. Every action appeared from an unimaginable angle. Nianbing's hands seemed to have no bones, as they freely patted the ingredients in front of him. However, he was able to ensure that the juices of the ingredients did not flow out. This was the bone and tendon separation technique. As his hands moved faster, the 3 ingredients gradually mixed together. Nianbing did not look at them, but continued to pat the ingredients. He mixed the prawns and crabs into the beef, adding the freshness of the seafood to the beef. Only when half the time had passed did he stop. Taking a deep breath, Nianbing muttered a few incantations. A huge ice ball with a diameter of more than 3 feet appeared in front of him, followed by surging flames. The flames instantly enveloped the ice ball. The ice ball constantly melted in the flames, but it did not evaporate, as if it was covered by an invisible cover. Gradually, the original ice ball shrank a little, condensing into a water ball in midair. The water in the water ball gradually boiled under the scorching flames. Not allowed to use kitchen utensils? Magic is my kitchen utensils. Nianbing tossed the ball containing the 3 ingredients into the air. He didn't have the dexterity of the 1,000-cut hands to cut the ingredients, but he was able to knead the meat into a ball. The large ball was gradually divided into dozens of meatballs, which directly entered the boiling water ball. They continued to roll around in the water ball. It was amazing. Nianbing's heart followed the movements of his hands. He focused on the meatballs that were rolling in the water. Suddenly, both of his hands transformed at the same time. He used his spiritual power to control the water ball and quickly added the various seasonings on the chopping board into the meatballs. The water ball followed Nianbing's thoughts and kept moving, adding the seasonings directly into the meatballs. At this time, Nianbing controlled the water ball, coming in front of himself. His right hand stretched out, wrapped in flames, rhythmically rotating in the water. This was the mysterious jade hand. Under the effect of the mysterious jade hand, the meatballs were evenly heated, completely soaked in the seasonings. At the last moment, Nianbing took out his red soul vinegar from the space ring, lightly dripping it, and with a push of his hands, the dozens of meatballs had already entered the prepared large bowl. With the help of ice and fire magic, he finished the dish without using any cooking utensils. At the same time, the 9 chefs who had started cooking before him had also completed their tasks. The judging of the second round was no different from the first round, only the order was changed. Nianbing did not have anyone in his mind at this time, only the dish that looked like stir-fried vermicelli in front of little Tian. Vermicelli, that's noodles. What kind of taste would a dish made with Tai Chi hands produce? Little Tian also did not pay attention to the dishes introduced by the others. Once again walking to Nianbing's side, faintly smiling, and said, Nianbing, I admit that I was wrong. I didn't think that magic could be used in cooking like this. Your comprehension in this area is really strong. Nianbing was also smiling as he looked at him. There was a look of appreciation in their eyes. After all, it was hard to find a worthy opponent. At their level of culinary skills, it was not easy to find a worthy opponent. Unfortunately, I still lost this round. Little Tian, what you used just now was at the legendary Tai Chi hands of Yin-Yang Harmony. Little Tian smiled, leading the way. Unfortunately, I haven't mastered it yet. Let me tell you a secret. In fact, the Tai Chi hands is the same as the Heavy Eagle hands. They are a kind of martial branch, divided into different stages. Right now, I still can't use the Tai Chi hands' infinite flavor, but I can use the Tai Chi hands to destroy the composition of any material, transforming it into the flavor I need. You will understand soon. This competition is really exciting. Your first knife against my first hand. Tell me, who do you think will win in the end? Nianbing said, winning or losing is not important to me. Being able to see the legendary Tai Chi hands makes this trip worthwhile. After the competition is over, if there is a chance, I will definitely spar with you more. I think that this definitely won't be our last stage. There is still the god of cooking competition waiting for us, right? Yes. Chapter 90. Little Tian laughed and said, That's right. There's still the god of cookery tournament. I think we can both become the new god of cookery. Oh, right. I heard that there's a mysterious chef in the Ice Moon Empire. His nickname is Ice and Fire Chef. He seems to also use magic to cook. That's you, right? Nianbing nodded and said, That's right. Since you told me the secret of Tai Chi hand, I have nothing to hide. I'm a magician with the same origin of ice and fire. I'm good at both ice and fire magic. You've also seen that these two kinds of magic are most suitable for cooking. Although you have the mysteries of Tai Chi hand, I won't admit defeat so easily. Our competition has a final round. That will be the best time for us to display our full strength. Very quickly, it was Little Tian's turn to explain his dish. Little Tian's explanation was very simple. His dish was called shark's fin. That's right, those noodles were actually made into the flavor of shark's fin. Adding on the supplementary ingredients, no one could detect the smell of the noodles. It was completely the flavor of the highest grade of shark's fin. This discovery immediately shocked everyone. Just like how no one understood how Nianbing carved a phoenix through the watermelon skin. This time, no one understood how Little Tian did it. Fortunately, when he was cooking, everyone was watching, so no one suspected that he was faking it. Finally, it was Nianbing's turn. Relying on the red soul vinegar and ice and fire magic to cook 3 kinds of ingredients, the tender taste and smooth texture of the top-grade ice and fire pill also won the praise of the judges. She also received extremely high praise. The final results were quickly released. The competition score was still led by Nianbing and Little Tian. However, this time Little Tian received 10 stars, while Nianbing received 9. As for Momo, it was still the same as the first round, receiving 8 stars. Her cooking wasn't bad, but compared to Nianbing and Little Tian, she was still a bit lacking. We've once again witnessed the miraculous cooking skills of top-grade chefs. This time, although Chef Little Tian received the first place with 10 stars, it was much harder than before. However, since Nianbing's drawing of lots is more difficult, we will give him 1 more star. Similarly, he will get full marks of 10 stars. Hua, Fatso announced happily. The quality of this competition was obviously much better than the previous ones, especially the appearance of Nianbing and Little Tian. All of them brought him great shock. Wait a minute. Nian Bing suddenly spoke up to stop Hua Fatso from continuing. Hua Fatso was stunned for a moment before he said, Chef Nian Bing, do you have any other opinions? Although it was very difficult for you to draw the lot, it was decided after we coordinated with many parties, so we can only give you the score. Nian Bing smiled and said, Boss Hua, I don't think the result is unfair to me, but it is unfair to Chef Lil Tian. I have indeed lost this competition. Please cancel your decision to give me 1 more star. I will have 9 stars. How about this? Chef Xiao Tian and I have the same parts. Let the final match decide the winner between us. What do you think? As the organizer of the competition, Hua Fatso naturally hoped that the competition would become more exciting. When he heard Nian Bing's words, he was immediately overjoyed and praised. Chef Nian Bing, you are really noble. All right, we will do as you say. The final match would determine the result of this Jia Hua long culinary challenge. All right, the second round of the competition ends here. Tonight, when the sun sets, we will begin the final round of the competition. Nian Bing and Little Tian looked at each other and smiled. They walked down the stage together. Little Tian stretched and laughed. I am really tired. Nian Bing, do you know that using the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand is very exhausting? I don't know if I can use it again tonight. Nian Bing smiled and said, I hope you can use it. I still want to see it a few more times. Unfortunately, I don't cultivate battle chi. Otherwise, I would definitely pester you to learn this unique skill. Hearing Nian Bing say this, Little Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed and said, Are you teaching me? Although you can't learn my Tai Chi hand, I can learn your precious knife skills. After the competition, wait for me to pester you. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. Nian Bing. A cold voice sounded not far away. Nian Bing turned around and saw Yan Feng standing in the distance, looking at her. Although his voice was cold, the expression on his face was very gentle. We meet again. Let's find a place to talk, okay? Little Tian looked at Yan Feng and probed Nian Bing. Your friend? Nian Bing nodded. Although she didn't like Yan Feng's sexual orientation, Yan Feng had helped her before and didn't do any harm to her. How could she deny it? You go rest first. I'll go talk with my friend. After saying this, she quickly walked towards Yan Feng. Seeing Nian Bing come to her side, Yan Feng couldn't help but smile even more. When the two of them walked out of the chef's resting area, he impatiently said, Nian Bing, long time no see. How have you been? I'm really sorry about last time. Father was in too much of a hurry to return to the capital and didn't have time to tell you. Nian Bing smiled and shook her head. It's fine. After all, your identity is different. Yan Feng sighed softly and said, You already know my identity, right? Sigh, this time, Father called me back to the capital because of the matter of the heir to the throne. Including me, Father has 7 sons. In theory, all 7 of us have the right to inherit the throne. Father's wife is already old. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts in the future, we have to choose the heir as soon as possible. That's why I returned to the capital. Father originally wanted 5th brother to inherit the throne, but my mother, the Empress of the Ice Moon Empire, strongly opposed it. Mother gave birth to 2 sons for father. One is my eldest brother, and the other is me. Eldest brother is the eldest son. Although he isn't as capable as 5th brother, he didn't make any big mistakes. With the support of mother and her family, it made father very difficult. Until now, the heir hasn't been decided. Being involved in this kind of power struggle is a painful thing. I finally found an excuse to leave the capital. I didn't expect to meet you here. Hearing Yan Feng's narration, Nian Bing could clearly feel the sorrow in his heart. Being born in the royal family wasn't necessarily a lucky thing. In front of power, family was no longer important. He once had the same feeling. He couldn't help but sigh. Clear music stays in the secular world. When disputes end, whoever can break through fame and fortune will roam freely in the void. Yan Feng's entire body shook. Brother, you're right. What a good! Whoever can break through fame and fortune will roam freely in the void. You're right. Anyway, I have no interest in power. If they want to fight, then let them. I just want to be a free and unfettered king. Brother, after I'm done with these troubles, how about we travel the continent together? Nian Bing's facial muscles twitched a bit awkwardly. She changed the topic. Brother Yen, why did you come to the Huarong Empire this time? Although the Huarong Empire doesn't have any intention of invading the Ice Moon Empire, their relationship isn't that harmonious. As a prince, you personally came to the Huarong Empire. Aren't you afraid that they'll harm you? Yan Feng smiled and said gratefully, Brother, I'm afraid I'm not here to represent the Ice Moon Empire. I'm here to escort the contestants representing the Empire to participate in the 5 Nations New Magician Competition. Didn't you see those carriages just now? Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Long Ji once said that each nation would send 2 contestants to participate in the New Magician Competition. She was one of the contestants from the Ice Moon Empire. The other contestant was naturally sent by the Ice God Tower. Yan Feng came this time to escort the contestant from the Ice God Tower. Then it seemed that the one who collided with her spiritual energy before should be that person. Brother Yan, I saw those carriages. Who did the Ice God Tower send this time? Yan Feng could be said to tell Nian Bing everything he knew. The New Magician Competition has been going for many years. It's the best place for the 5 empires to compete. The champion not only wins glory, but also a deterrent to the other empires. For the 5 empires, this competition is very important. Since the first competition, the Ice Moon Empire and the Huarong Empire have won the most championships. In the last competition, we were careless and let Huarong win. This time we must win back. I'm very confident about this. In order to win this competition, my father personally went to the Ice God Tower to ask the Ice Goddess Priestess to send the strongest disciple. The Ice Goddess Priestess appreciated my father's sincerity and sent the most outstanding new generation of the Ice God Tower, Miss Bingyin. Miss Bingyin has also gradually shown her talent in the past few years, but she has already received the title of Thousand Illusions. Her ice magic is ever-changing and hard to defend against. Qianhuan Bingyin. Nian Bing murmured this name. According to Long Ji, the contestants who participated in the New Magician Competition couldn't be older than 25 years old. From the exchange of spiritual energy between her and her strength wasn't below hers. She had reached the Archmage realm at such a young age. No wonder Yan Feng was so confident. Yan Feng was very excited to see Nian Bing again. Yes, it's Qianhuan Bingyin. Her name is completely different from her person, especially her personality. This is the first time I've seen such a cold woman. That's good. I hate those who keep pestering me. Nian Bing, you're also a magician. You should learn more from Miss Bingyin. Sigh, it's a pity that father insisted on giving the Empire's magicians guild a place to participate in the competition. Otherwise, as long as the Ice God Tower sent out 2 contestants, wouldn't the champion of the New Magician Competition belong to us? Nian Bing smiled bitterly in her heart. Yan Feng, I'm afraid you didn't expect that the other contestant you thought was a loser was standing in front of you. Just as Nian Bing was thinking about how to get rid of Yan Feng, a soft voice sounded. Chef Nian Bing, what are you doing here instead of resting and preparing for the last competition? Without looking, Nian Bing knew who it was. She suddenly felt a little funny. If this magician Arclight really had that kind of hobby, then he and Yan Feng would be a couple. One was Bei Juhua from the extreme North Ice Moon Empire, and the other was the famous magician Nan Juhua from the Huarong Empire. Hello, magician Arclight. This is a friend of mine who came from afar. I'll chat with him for a while before going to rest. Hearing the name Arclight, Yan Feng's attention was immediately attracted. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he said indifferently, "You're the magician Arc Light? Recently, you guys from the Huarong Empire seem to be very active." Arc Light also saw Yen Feng, and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "The seventh prince came to my territory first after coming to the Huarong Empire." This really makes Arc Light excited. The seventh prince is even more handsome than the rumors say, but he seems a little cold. Yen Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the magician who was no less handsome than Nian Bing, but had a feminine aura between his eyebrows. He kept thinking about the opponent's strength. Since he dared to come here, he wasn't afraid of being recognized. However, he didn't expect to meet the leader of the Huarong Empire's Northeast Army so soon. "I've heard of the magician's great name. According to the rumors, you seem to be the youngest swordsman in the Huarong Empire. A few years ago, when I was lucky enough to meet the Ice Goddess Priestess, she mentioned you. It said that you actually lasted for a while before being defeated by the Ice Goddess Priestess. I really admire you." Although Yen Feng said it very calmly, his tone was no longer polite. Looking at the sparks created by the collision of the two big chrysanthemums of the north and south, Nian Bing complained in her heart. God, being sandwiched between two men with special inclinations was definitely not a pleasant thing. Arc Light smiled, and his eyes became even gentler. He looked at Yen Feng from head to toe. "Young man, you should watch your words. I'll visit the Ice Goddess Priestess again sooner or later. However, she doesn't seem to be young anymore." Yen Feng snorted and said, "The Ice Goddess Priestess lives as long as heaven and earth. No matter how old she is, she will always be the pillar of the Ice Moon Empire. I don't think there's anything to talk about between us. Nian Bing, let's go outside and talk." After saying that, he reached out to pull Nian Bing. Nian Bing reacted very quickly and dodged Yen Feng's pull without leaving a trace. She followed him outside. It was always better to have one less chrysanthemum blooming next to her. Squeezing into the crowd, Nian Bing had already put on his bamboo hat. The people in the square were already very enthusiastic, and he didn't want to become the center of attention. Yen Feng's body emitted a faint white light. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell. However, Nian Bing, who was familiar with all kinds of elements, could clearly feel that his duki was of the light attribute. Although there were many people in the square, wherever the two passed, the crowd would be slightly pushed aside by their duki, just enough for them to pass through. Seeing the three carriages getting closer and closer, the flames of hatred in Yen Bing's heart continued to burn. His heart was contracting. Ice God Tower, the Ice God Tower that made him lose his beautiful childhood, the Ice God Tower that made him lose his beloved parents. One day, he would personally destroy you. The surroundings became lighter, and the two had already squeezed out of the crowd. Yen Feng ordered his subordinates and led Nian Bing to a quieter tree at the side of the square. When Nian Bing passed by the three carriages, he intentionally glanced at the second carriage. Although the curtains were down, the coldness was still there, as if the carriage was a huge block of ice. Nian Bing's eyes emitted a faint cold light. "Qianhuan Bingyan, we will definitely fight soon. My revenge against the Ice God Tower will start with defeating you." Humiliating the Ice God Tower was definitely something he wanted to do the most. "Nian Bing, why did you come here to participate in the cooking competition?" Yen Feng's voice had already become gentle again. Nian Bing smiled faintly. His gaze was still fixed on the carriage in the center as he said, "Ice Snow City is good, but that's not my home. I promised the master who taught me culinary skills that I would travel across the continent and bring glory to my culinary skills. I would become the best chef on the continent. That's why I came here to participate in the competition. Only by meeting more culinary experts can I improve my skills even more." Yen Feng's eyes revealed a yearning expression. "I really envy you. If only I could be like you and fly freely in the sky, how good would that be? To be able to travel to every corner of the continent has always been my wish." Feeling Yan Feng's loneliness, Nian Bing turned to look at him, patted his shoulder, and said, "Don't think so much. Everything will be in the past. Everything is not that important. You have your difficulties, and I also have my difficulties. No one can always have a smooth sailing life. Look on the bright side. Just like you said, isn't it good to be a free and unfettered prince?" Yan Feng laughed. He said, "Yes, free and unfettered prince. When father officially determines the heir to the throne, I will be able to regain my freedom. At that time, I will definitely find you again." At this time, a knight quickly walked in front of Yan Feng and said respectfully, "Your Highness, there are less people in the square now. We can go now." A trace of reluctance flashed in Yan Feng's eyes. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Stay with us. We can talk more." Nian Bing shook her head. She said, "No, I won't go first. I still have a competition tonight, and it won't start for a while. I want to go back to my place and rest for a while." Nian Bing reached out her right hand. "Good luck. You will definitely win. I will watch your competition tonight." Although Nian Bing was unwilling, she still shook his right hand. "Thank you. No matter if I win or lose, I will do my best." After seeing the Tai Chi hand of yin and yang in the small world, he was not absolutely sure. As he watched Yan Feng and the 3 carriages disappear into the distance, Nian Bing realized that he didn't hate Yan Feng as much as before. Although he was a prince, he wasn't happy. His identity as a prince brought him too many restrictions and responsibilities, other than his sexual orientation. Yan Feng was a friend that he could make. At this moment, Nian Bing's rejection of Yan Feng was gradually disappearing. Looking at the gradually dispersing crowd, Nian Bing turned around and walked back to her hotel. She would go back and rest for a while. When the competition was at night, a quiet environment would be more suitable for her meditation. When she was about to go back to the hotel, Nian Bing suddenly heard a voice. "Nian Bing, I have something to tell you. Come with me." When she looked back, she saw Hillard standing not far away and nodding to her. Hillard then turned and walked out of the Teru Square. In a short moment, Nian Bing did not see anything from Hillard's face. What could he want from her? She quickly followed Hillard. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, walked into the depths of Teru City. After turning into a quiet alley, Hillard stopped. Nian Bing walked behind him and stopped about 3 meters away. "Senior, why are you looking for me?" Hillard slowly turned around. Nian Bing felt a trace of coldness from him. "Nian Bing, among the humans, you are indeed very outstanding. At such a young age, you are not only a great magician, but also an excellent chef. Coupled with your handsome appearance, it is easy to give people a good impression. But do you know, these benefits of yours have brought you a fatal disaster." Hillard shook his right hand, and the bracelet on his wrist emitted a faint silver light. A scroll jumped into his hand. "You will understand soon." Before Nian Bing could react, he had already opened the scroll. The silver light formed a huge light shield that completely enveloped him and Nian Bing. Everything around them was instantly enveloped by the silver light. Nian Bing realized that this was a teleportation scroll. Judging from the magic fluctuation, it should not exceed the 7th level. It was a short-distance teleportation scroll. What was Hillard doing? From his tone, could it be that he wanted to kill her? There was a flash of silver light, and when Nian Bing saw the scenery in front of him again, he and Hillard were already in a valley surrounded by mountains. As far as the eye could see, the entire valley was shrouded in a layer of gray aura. Hillard did not seem to know where his teleportation scroll had teleported them to. As soon as he appeared, he immediately took a careful look at everything around him. "Senior, you used a non-positioning mid-distance teleportation scroll. This should be a 6th level spatial magic. If it is a positioning teleportation, it can reach the 8th level." Hillard stopped observing and smiled indifferently. "You should know why I brought you here. Do you want to end your own life, or do you want me to do it? This place is sparsely populated, so it's not a bad place to bury your bones." Don't worry, I'll leave your corpse intact. It is a pity that you are such a good cook. If you have any funeral arrangements, there is still time to tell me. I will do my best to arrange them for you. Nian Bing looked at Hillard calmly. It is because of Kitty. Senior, from the first time we met, you seemed to be very worried about Kitty, as if you were afraid that something would happen between her and me. In fact, I have always treated her as a cute little sister. Of course, you cannot believe my words, but think about it carefully. Even if I die in the future, as long as Kitty is in contact with ordinary people, she will meet someone she likes. She will meet handsome men. Do you want to kill all the men that Kitty meets? Hillard snorted coldly. You don't have to say anything. The mantle of the dragon summoner must be inherited by Kitty. She is my only daughter. Even if I kill all the men in the world for her, I will not hesitate. I have never thought of myself as a kind person. Humans have always been good at using unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. Although I am white, I am still human. If you don't have any last words, then take your own life. Of course, you can also choose to resist. However, I want to remind you that dying in a spiritual magic is an extremely painful thing. From Hillard's eyes, Nian Bing could see his contempt for her. Indeed, he was a dragon summoner with a powerful spiritual power at the level of a super magus. Coupled with his strange spiritual magic, it was impossible for her to deal with him. However, that wind dragon called Caradiris could easily destroy her. At this moment, Nian Bing could not help but think of Garamandes. If he was by her side, such a threat would not appear. Thinking about it was just thinking, but she still had to face reality. Although she did not want to fight with Hillard, the murderous intent in Hillard's eyes clearly told her that all this was real and not an act. You want to kill me? Hillard, I am no longer the Nian Bing of half a year ago. Nian Bing smiled. Senior, before I die, I only have one wish. I don't know if you can agree to it. Hillard nodded and said, Say it, as long as I can do it. From the bottom of his heart, he still admired Nian Bing very much. A young magus with the same origin of ice and fire, her future was limitless. Nian Bing said, You're a senior and so am I. I think that even if I die, I'm willing to die under your magic, no matter how painful it is. Therefore, I want to fight you. However, you're my senior. Before we fight, can you let me draw a magic array? That way, I might be able to last a little longer. Magic array? Hillard looked at Nian Bing with some confusion. From Nian Bing's eyes, he could not see anything. Nian Bing, do you know how to draw magic arrays? That seems to be the specialty of spatial magi. Nian Bing smiled and said, I've always liked magic arrays. Later on, I received some guidance from a teacher and gained some basic understanding of magic arrays. I wonder if you can give me some time to study them? Hillard smiled indifferently and said, Go ahead and draw. I'll give you the time of a meal. However, you don't have to try to escape. Even if you have a spatial magic scroll on you, it will be useless. This is because within a radius of 1,000 feet, I've completely sealed it off. Without my consent, any teleportation magic will be completely ineffective. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, Senior, do you think I am someone who has a spatial magic scroll? Spatial magic scrolls are the most precious among all magic scrolls, especially those with teleportation abilities. They are treasures that can save lives. Nian Bing indeed did not have one. Ever since he obtained the 4-star sword, he had tried to make a spatial magic scroll more than once. However, in the end, he always failed. He did not know why, but he always felt that something was missing when he was making the scrolls. Perhaps it was because he made them with mimicry magic. Facing a strong enemy in front of him, Nian Bing secretly swore that if he could escape this disaster, he would definitely make a spatial magic scroll in the future. Without wasting any time, as soon as Hillard agreed to let him draw the magic array, Nian Bing suppressed the excitement in his heart. He held the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god in his hands. The red and blue light of the two swords flashed at the same time, quickly drawing a complicated pattern on the ground. At first, Hillard did not pay much attention to it, but as Nian Bing's hands moved so fast that they became a two-colored phantom, it attracted Hillard's attention. As a dragon summoner, he naturally had a certain amount of research on magic arrays. The more complex a magic array was, the more powerful it could be. Looking at Nian Bing's cumbersome movements and the magic array that was constantly taking shape on the ground, he had a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This magic array looked simple and did not seem to be an ordinary magic array. Moreover, it was so complicated to draw. What kind of function did it have? As the uneasiness gradually increased, Hillard was surprised to find that Nian Bing's body was emitting a faint layer of mist. His forehead was covered with sweat. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of mental strength because of this magic array. Seeing this, Hillard's heart calmed down. In his mind, Nian Bing was just a mage after all. Even if he exhausted his mental strength, the magic array he drew would not pose too much of a threat to him. Moreover, it was obviously not a teleportation magic array. It should only be used to increase the offensive power. This fellow was really overestimating himself. Even if his offensive power had increased, what use would it be if he did not have good control over it? In the blink of an eye, two magic arrays had appeared on the ground, one positive and one negative. The lines of the positive magic array were similar to those of ordinary magic arrays. It was engraved with the roar of the god of fire, and it was red in color. As for the anti-magic array, when it was drawn, it was not outlined from the edges, but from the small symbols inside. When the positive magic array was completed, the anti-magic array was also completed. With a slight smile, Nian Bing's eyes revealed a faint cold light. That was the fusion of red and blue magic array. Feeling the oppressive aura of the magic array, he knew that he was close to the edge of success. He held the hilts of the two magic swords in both hands and gathered them in front of his chest. In a low voice, he chanted, "Ice, you are the representation of cold. Fire, you are the source of burning heat. The aura of ice and fire. Please allow me to fuse your characteristics. With your common source as a guide, resonate." Chapter 91. The stone of the ice goddess and the stone of the god of fire emitted a dazzling light at the same time, and the magic circle seemed to be activated. A ball of red and blue intertwined light rose from the center of the circle, and the light kept flickering. Suddenly, the world around them seemed to have changed. The red and blue disappeared at the same time, and everything became faint. Nian Bing and Hillard shook at the same time. They each covered their heads and fell to the ground with a pained expression on their faces. The magic circle on the ground had turned into a light purple color, and every magic symbol in it was slowly rotating around the magic circle. The world in the eyes of Nian Bing and Hillard had turned completely purple. Everything was so real, yet so illusory. Nian Bing was constantly panting, and big drops of sweat fell down. Although he was in extreme pain, there was a smile on his face. It was a happy smile. Even the dragon summoner was tricked by him. So how could he not be excited? The magic in his body was still there, but his mental strength had been completely extracted. He could only rely on his basic consciousness to control his body. For a magician, losing mental strength meant losing control of magic. If he chanted a spell without permission, it was very likely that his magic would backfire on him. However, these were not important to Nian Bing. He had already achieved what he wanted to achieve. Looking at Hillard, who was in more pain than himself, Nian Bing forced a smile. He forced himself to calm down and stood up while enduring the weakness. "You didn't expect this, did you, Senior Hillard? I think you certainly didn't expect me to use such a magic circle to deal with you. In fact, when I was drawing this magic circle, even I wasn't sure if it would succeed." Previously, the moment the magic circle burst forth with power, Hillard had already realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to react. A needle-like feeling instantly entered his brain, and the powerful mental strength that he had always been proud of was flowing out like lightning. His control of his mental strength was completely gone, and his brain was in severe pain. He fell to the ground. At this time, listening to Nian Bing's words, he had recovered some of his consciousness, but it was not that his strength had recovered. Instead, it was because his mental power had almost completely disappeared. His brain no longer hurt, and a strong sense of dizziness kept attacking him. Hillard was very regretful. He had never thought that he would be pecked in the eye by a swallow today after fighting swallows all day long. Hua Jia also stood up and looked at the magic array with purple light. His body trembled. Is this the legendary restriction array? Nian Bing smiled faintly. He said, Senior, you didn't expect this, right? Actually, this formation isn't very useful. It can only suppress the mental strength of the sentries within a radius of 3,000 feet. As long as they walk out of this range, they will naturally recover. It's a formation that suppresses the strength of a magician. However, the biggest advantage of this formation is to deal with white people like you. White people don't have magic, and the mental magic that you are good at is completely transformed from your mental strength. Under the effect of this magic circle, I'm afraid that your powerful mental magic can no longer be used. Even summoning requires a mental connection. Without your mental strength, even if you are a powerful dragon summoner, you're now no different from an ordinary person. Am I right? Hillard resisted the discomfort of his body and snorted. Yes, I am no different from an ordinary person, but you also said that as long as I walk out of the range of 3,000 feet, my mental strength can be restored. This magic circle restricts my magic, and it also restricts yours. I don't believe that you dare to use magic now. Without the control of your mental strength, I'm afraid that when the time comes, I won't be the one to die. Nian Bing smiled. Yes, Senior, you are right. I really don't dare to use magic now. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we will die together. Senior Hillard, I've always been kind and respectful, but I didn't expect that you would want to kill me for your own selfish reasons. Originally, I shouldn't have made things difficult for you for Kitty's sake. But I don't want to be hunted down by a powerful summoner who can summon dragons in the future. After all, good luck doesn't come easily. Senior, you lost today because you were kind to me after you wanted to kill me. We don't have any magic left, so I think it's time for us to start eating meat. I wonder how long you can last under my sword? You should remember that I am a chef. As a chef, my physical strength is much stronger than ordinary magicians. Nian Bing raised the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god. She walked toward Hillard step by step. At this moment, her heart was filled with killing intent. Although Hillard was Kitty's father, if she didn't kill him, he would definitely be killed by him. In order to survive, killing Hillard was the only choice. Feeling the aura of the two divine blades, Hillard's face became more and more unpleasant. Indeed, for a summoner, the most terrible thing was that their mental strength was limited. However, magic that could limit mental strength did not exist at all. Only the forbidden magic circle in the legends could do it. In the face of this guy who was only a supreme magician who could draw such a lost magic circle, he was the public enemy of all white people. As long as he existed, white summoners would be completely restricted. But now, how could Hillard resist? The loss of a large amount of mental strength caused him to suffer much more than Nian Bing. When Nian Bing was drawing the magic array, he had already used up a lot of mental strength, so the loss of mental strength did not cause too much of a burden to him. However, it was different for Hillard. As a summoner, mental strength was his lifeline. Regardless of whether it was summoning spells or essence magic, mental strength was the foundation of all spells. Nian Bing smiled slightly and suddenly stopped. Senior, I think that if you don't know the name of this magic circle before you die, even if you go to hell, you will regret it very much. This magic formation is an ancient magic formation that I accidentally found in an ancient book. When I saw this magic formation, it was already incomplete. The only thing missing was the most crucial part to activate it. In order to research how to activate this magic formation, I devised countless theories. In the end, I discovered that this magic formation requires the magic elements to be in a state of equilibrium to activate. My ice and fire affinity just happens to be able to reach that level. However, this magic circle attracted me only because of its complexity and characteristics. I did not expect to use it. After all, limiting mental strength is not good for me. However, when you were about to kill me just now, I suddenly thought of it. Isn't this magic circle the nemesis of a summoner like you? As long as you step into this magical area before casting your summoning spell, everything will become easier. You must remember to ask for Chu Li's help. Remember, this magic circle's name is Eternal Sleep. It means eternal sleep. Senior, don't worry. I will do my best to take care of Kitty. There's one thing that I want to reiterate. I do not have the kind of feelings that you think I have for Kitty. I really only see her as a little sister. As he said this, he raised the sword in his hand. Wait a minute, Hillard suddenly shouted. His weak body wanted to dodge backwards, but because of his weak mental strength, he could not use his strength. His physical condition was indeed much worse than Nian Bing's. Nian Bing looked at Hillard. He was not in a hurry now. After all, he did not want to go back to Talus City after killing Hillard, because he did not know how to face Kitty. After all, he had lost a family, so he naturally knew the pain of losing a father. However, the situation now forced him to do this. If he did not kill, he would be killed. It was a simple choice. There was no need to think too much about it. Seeing that Nian Bing had stopped moving, Hillard smiled bitterly and said, "Kid, you are smarter than I thought. You are also more scheming. Magic is indeed different from martial arts. Under special circumstances, even the strongest magician will feel pain. However, this magic formation of yours is not without its flaws. I think its range of control is not as big as you said. Moreover, if I were a mage like you, I could use my powerful magic to charge out of this magic formation. Once you reach the realm of a magician, even if you don't have any mental strength, it's not like you can't control magic. From a certain point of view, this magic formation of yours can completely deal with us summoners. To be honest, I don't want to die. I have a wife and a daughter that I love. If you let me go now, I can swear that I will not hurt you. Not now, not in the future. How about it?" When the crisis of life was over, Hillard bowed his head. He was not a person who was afraid of death, but he did not want his wife to lose her husband and his daughter to be fatherless. When he thought of his wife and daughter's sad faces, he had no choice but to bow his head to Nian Bing. As a proud dragon summoner, this was the first time in his life that Hillard admitted defeat. Nian Bing was stunned. Hillard was indeed a powerful magician. He was right. The distance of 10,000 feet that she mentioned was just a joke. With her current magic of the same origin of ice and fire, she could not support such a long distance. The magic circle could only control a radius of a few hundred feet. Moreover, the drawbacks that Hillard pointed out were also very good. Long Ji once told Nian Bing that this magic circle was completely ineffective against magicians above the level of a magician. This was because after reaching the level of a magician, although they could not completely control magic after losing their mental strength, they could still control the direction of magic. As long as the magic circle was destroyed or all the enemies were killed, everything would be meaningless. If not for this, Nian Bing would have used this magic circle to find a priest of the ice goddess. "Senior, on what basis do you want me to believe your words? Even if you are a trustworthy person, the Wenyu game is very easy to play. You only said that you won't kill me, but you didn't say that your people and pets won't kill me. As a powerful summoner, you have too many ways to deal with me. I'm only one person, a little magician and a little chef. I can't take the risk." Nian Bing looked at Hillard. In a situation where Hillard was not a threat, she spoke her mind. For the sake of her own life, the best way was to silence Hillard. After all, when she and Hillard left, no one saw them. As long as she killed Hillard and left Talus City, even if the sentries suspected her, there would be no evidence. Hillard said angrily, Are you questioning my words? Who am I? Why would I do such a despicable thing? Nian Bing said calmly. As the saying goes, the world is unpredictable. In the past, I risked my life to save Kitty. But today, aren't you going to kill me? You can change your mind very quickly. But I don't want to treat my life as a game. How about this? You swear that you will not use any means to take revenge on me or hurt me as long as you are alive. Otherwise, the white race will be completely destroyed. Only then can I believe you. For Caucasians like summoners, it was useless to make them swear an oath of divine retribution before leaving. They hated the heavens, and Hillard's Achilles' heel was his people. Hillard's face changed. Nian Bing, you are so cruel. Fine, I swear. But you have to be careful. A person who is too despicable will not end well. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, I don't think I'm despicable in any way. I'm just trying to protect myself better. Is that wrong? I need to say something. I still have a lot to do. Senior, I still want to go back to Talicity to participate in the last competition. Please hurry up and swear. He smiled. At this time his heart became lighter. Not killing Hillard was naturally the best choice. Hillard snorted hatefully, pointed one finger to the sky, and said in a deep voice, I, Hillard, swear that if Nian Bing does not hurt me today, I will not use any means to hurt him in my lifetime. If I violate this oath, let the white race disappear from history. In the process of swearing, his voice was trembling. It was obvious that the anger in his heart had reached the extreme. Nian Bing felt a burst of pride in her heart. To be able to force a dragon summoner to swear not to hurt him, she was afraid that no one had ever done it before. Just as he was about to remove the magic array, a sudden change occurred. The valley shook violently, and the rumbling sound continued. The purple magic array emitted a purple light. In an instant, the whole valley was shrouded in purple. This time, the power of the magic array really spread to a distance of 10,000 feet. However, it only lasted for a moment. Just as Nian Bing and Hillard felt that their spiritual power had begun to recover due to the disappearance of the magic array, the ground suddenly split open. A huge crack ran through the whole valley, and a black and gray aura rose to the sky. Waves of cold evil spread out. Nian Bing instinctively pounced on Hillard, grabbed him, and pulled him aside, just in time to avoid a crack that spread out from behind Hillard. Before the two of them could celebrate, there was a loud bang. In the violent tremor, they could no longer control their bodies and tumbled in the air toward the bottomless abyss. In the process of falling, Nian Bing clasped Hillard's arm tightly, put the two swords into the ring, and summoned his Xuanji sword, with the spiritual power that had just recovered. Darkness swallowed Nian Bing and Hillard's figures. The black fog was full of coldness. The valley, which had few living creatures, had now become a land of death. Whether it was plants or animals, they had all gradually melted in the black fog. The Death Valley gradually formed, and there seemed to be countless mournful howls spiraling in the valley. It was an unusually cold evil power, an incomparably huge evil aura. Taru City. Kitty was sitting on the rostrum, bored, and eating the food sent by the staff. As she ate, she muttered discontentedly, Why isn't Daddy back yet? Didn't he say that he was going to walk around and stretch his body and would be back soon? Where did Big Brother, Nian Bing, go? He was still here just now. He should be resting. The competition is about to start. Kitty, eat less. If you eat more, you'll become a little fat kitty. Arclight's playful voice suddenly sounded. Kitty looked up at the handsome devil marshal and snorted. Little broken snake, you're the fat one. I'm a beautiful girl, Kitty. Is there anyone with a more perfect figure than me? Humph. If you say that my figure is not good, I'll let Daddy teach you a lesson. I heard that you like to be attacked by spiritual magic. Hee, these days, besides the competition, I'm so bored. Little broken snake, I want to go to your barracks to play. Can you take me there? Looking at Kitty's malicious eyes, Arc Light broke out in cold sweat. He would rather rush into the Fey army than become enemies with this girl Kitty. This little witch really gave him a headache. No need. Kitty, Uncle will take you to other places to play some other day. There are many fun places in Taru City. Tonight's competition will be more exciting than the one during the day. The final winner will be decided. Moreover, that boy called Nianbing is a magician. Cooking with magic, the night will be even more gorgeous. Sure enough, at the mention of Nianbing, Kitty's attention was immediately diverted. A smile appeared on her pretty face. Yes, Big Brother Nianbing is the best at cooking. Today, he will definitely be the champion. At this time, in a corner of Taru Square, the vampire Ping Chao and his little master Yu were eating the food they had just bought from Hualong Restaurant. While eating, Yu said with dissatisfaction, Big Brother Ping Chao, "Why can't we eat this? I want to eat the food made by the chefs on the round platform. The food they make is very special. It will definitely be delicious, right?" Ping Chao whispered, "You don't make trouble. We should go back. Otherwise, if Moon Lord blames us, I won't be able to afford it." Suddenly, Ping Chao's whole body shook. He looked into the distance, and his eyes flashed with blood. His body slightly convulsed because of excitement. This is the aura of our clansman. Little master, this is the aura of our clansman. Yu was stunned for a moment and said, "Our clansmen? You mean those powerful existences who are wandering outside? Didn't Father say that they were all sealed at that time?" No. Although Ping Chao tried his best to lower his voice, the excitement in his heart was hard to conceal. "Little master, you don't know. After the war, although the vast majority of people were sealed, there were still some powerful and clever clansmen who escaped the ultimate seal. Although they were sealed to a certain extent, the seal was not firm and could be removed under certain circumstances. Just like Sir Moon Lord, who is one of the magicians, Sir has always been looking for these low-level sealed clansmen. Only by gathering more power can we succeed. Yu, let's go and take a look. I can already feel that the aura is getting stronger and stronger. If we can contact these people who have removed the seal, it will definitely be a great contribution. Our strength will also be greatly enhanced." Yu stuffed the snack into her mouth and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look. I just don't know which clan they are from. It would be best if they are from the same clan as me." The two quietly slipped out of the crowd. After a while, they disappeared from the Taru Square. Not long after, a black shadow rose into the sky and flew towards the distance. The sky gradually darkened. The Taru Square was once again filled with people. As the final round of the finals, the people's emotions had reached the highest point. All the chefs who participated in the finals slowly stepped onto the rotating round table. Little Tian looked around, but he couldn't see Nianbing's figure. He frowned and thought in his heart, "Where did Nianbing go? He will never be afraid of fighting. But the competition is about to start. Why hasn't he come yet?" If Nianbing didn't come, the magician would undoubtedly be the champion. However, little Tian didn't want to win the championship in this way. He very much wanted to have the final duel with Nianbing. He wanted to win with his own ability. Time passed by minute by minute. Fatso Hua was also waiting for the final duel. He had deliberately delayed the duel, but Nianbing still didn't appear. Helpless, he could only announce that Nianbing had given up on the final round. The competition officially began. Without Nianbing's presence, little Tian was not interested in the competition. However, with his culinary skills and the advantages he had accumulated in the previous 2 rounds, he easily became the champion of the Hua Long Culinary Challenge. Momo was also an 8-star chef in 3 rounds, and she was the runner-up. Another outstanding chef replaced Nianbing's position and unexpectedly obtained the 3rd place. The prize money and the certificate to participate in the God of Cooking competition were quickly handled by the contestants. The Hua Long Cooking competition that lasted for 3 days finally ended. The celebration in Taru City also drew an imperfect end. Everything returned to normal. The next long cooking competition would be held 3 years later. Little Tian walked down from the rotating round table and angrily slammed his hands on it. He roared to himself, "Nian Bing, why didn't you come? What does this kind of championship mean to me? Don't be angry." Momo's gentle voice rang out from behind little Tian. She walked to his side and held his large, fair hand. There must be a reason why Nian Bing didn't come. Perhaps something happened to him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have not come. However, although you didn't have the chance to fight with him, there will be chances in the future. After all, there is still the god of cooking competition, right? If Nian Bing saw how intimate Momo and Lil Tian were, he would definitely be shocked. Lil Tian looked at Momo, and the anger in his eyes subsided a little. Forget it. The competition is over anyway. There's no point in saying anything more. I hope to see him at the God of Cookery competition. Before you defeat him, you won't be the #1 chef in the younger generation. Momo, in a few days I want to stay in the green bamboo forest for a while. Can you follow me there? Master once said that the toughness of bamboo is the most suitable for practicing Tai Chi hands. I want to practice Tai Chi hands to a higher realm before I meet Nian Bing. Momo's gentle face blushed. She nodded lightly and said, "Wherever you go, I will be there. Let's go. Let's go and say goodbye to the elders. Then we will set off." Little Tian nodded. She gazed into the distant horizon and sighed softly. "Nian Bing, you're the greatest opponent I've faced since I started cultivating. You're also the opponent I desire to fight the most. I hope nothing happens to you. Let's meet soon." After saying that, he looked at his hands that were more beautiful than a woman's. His eyes flashed, and a faint yellow aura flashed. Darkness. The surroundings were completely dark. He clenched his teeth and endured the pain in his body. Nian Bing was trying to sit up straight, but the sudden violent tremors from the ground made him and Hillard unable to resist at all. Although the eternal sleep magic array helped him to restrain Hillard, it also caused their mental strength to reach the lowest point. In the face of such a sudden change, they had no chance to react at all. Fortunately, Nian Bing had pulled out his hexagram blade in time when he was falling into the abyss. Using the same source of ice and fire, he used a short-distance teleportation spell to reduce the speed of his fall. That was why he didn't fall to his death when he fell into the abyss. However, the excessive depletion of energy had also pushed Nian Bing's spiritual power to the brink of collapse. If not for the tenacity and perseverance that he had cultivated over many years, he would have died. If he didn't cultivate his mental strength, he would have fainted. Hillard also remained conscious. His current situation was much better than Nian Bing's. He sat not far from Nian Bing and quickly recovered his mental strength. He knew very well that only by winning the mental strength track and field competition could he face the unknown. The strong evil aura underground filled his heart with uneasiness. Sharp and mournful cries rang out almost continuously. Each cry was louder than the last. Nian Bing took a deep breath and touched the wounds on his body that weren't too deep. He forced himself to sit cross-legged and used a simple water healing technique to treat the wounds on his body. His heart was now full of gratitude to Garamandes. If Garamandes hadn't dug the hell-like baptism, he was afraid that his bones would have been broken during the last fall. It was his tough body that saved his life. Of course, there was also the hexagram blade. "Boy, are you dead yet?" Hillard's cold voice sounded. It was so dark in the abyss that Nian Bing could only determine Hillard's current location by sensing his aura. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Senior, how are you? Are you hurt? The magic array is gone. Your mental strength should have recovered a little. I hope you don't forget your oath." In a dangerous place, he didn't want to have a powerful enemy by his side. However, he believed that as long as Hillard was not a fool, he would not harm him. After all, in a situation where there was an unknown crisis, the only rational choice was to cooperate. Recently, he was really unlucky to have encountered so many things while participating in a competition. Not to mention the two big chrysanthemums in the north and the south, The threat that Hillard brought to him was already fatal. It was not easy to control Hillard with a little cleverness, but he encountered this situation. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Hillard was silent for a moment before he said, My mental strength has recovered by about 50%. Your magic array did a lot of damage to me, and it will take some time for me to fully recover. Nian Bing could no longer detect any hostility from Hillard's voice. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, Senior, where are we? Was that an earthquake? Hillard snorted and said, What earthquake? This disaster was caused by your magic array. Don't you feel that this place is full of cold evil? There must be something evil here. If I'm not wrong, your magic array must have opened some kind of seal that was imposed here, which will cause the mountains to collapse. As for the consequences of the ceremony, it is hard to say. Nian Bing sucked in a breath of cold air. Senior, are you saying that I've undone the seal on some evil magical beast? You should be most familiar with all kinds of magical beasts. Is there any solution? Hillard sighed and said, There is no solution now. Let's wait until we recover our strength. However, it may not be a magical beast sealed here. It may be a human. A human? A human can be sealed underground? Nian Bing's voice was full of surprise. Hillard said indifferently, Nothing is impossible. This aura is so evil. I am afraid it is a very ominous thing. Nian Bing's mind raced as she hurriedly said, Senior, don't you have a summoned beast? Since this place is so dangerous, why don't you use your treasures to bring people out? Hillard said, Do you think I don't want to? However, the evil aura here is too strong. I am afraid that my pets can't bear it. We don't know how high this place is from the outside. Once my flying pets are affected by the evil aura and drop us, do you still have spatial magic scrolls to support us from falling to our deaths? Until now, he had not realized that Nian Bing was not using scrolls, but real spatial magic. Hearing the word spatial magic, Nian Bing was suddenly energized. Yes, she could use camouflage. With wind magic, she might be able to fly out. With her magic power, she should have no problem flying to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters.